guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Russian foreign minister says there's no meeting planned between President Vladimir Putin and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. In an interview with NBC's Meet the Press, Sergei Lavrov said while Russia is prepared to meet, a major obstacle remains.
Putin is ready to meet with Zelensky when the agenda would be ready for a summit. And this agenda is not ready at all.
His comments come after President Trump said he had sort of set up a meeting between the two leaders. Trump recently met with Zelensky and European leaders at the White House. The president has been pushing for a peace deal to end the 3.5-year-old war, which began when Russia launched a massive invasion of its neighbor. President Trump says he'll know in 2 weeks if he made any progress in bringing peace to Ukraine.
2 weeks, we're going to find out which way it's going to go, and I better be very happy.
Trump has attempted to broker a peace deal, meeting with Russia's Vladimir Putin, then with Ukraine's Zelensky and U.S. European allies. Friday from the White House, Trump was asked about new Russian strikes against Ukraine and said he wasn't happy about anything with the war. I'm Lisa Carton.
President Trump's border czar is defiant after a federal judge ordered the closure of Florida's so-called alligator Alcatraz.
The federal court ordered the immigrant detention center at the Florida Everglades to close within 60 days. Border czar Tom Homan tells News Nation, though, the order is not going to stop the operations of Immigration and Customs Enforcement and that federal authorities will continue making arrests. The judge in the case said state and federal authorities broke several environmental laws as they raced to build the detention center. State officials in Florida have appealed the injunction. I'm Scott Carr.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gasoline is $3.15. Mono County, California is up to $5.81, while Simpson County, Mississippi is down to $2.50. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
New Mexico officials remain on high alert.
The reason is the drug activity in Doña Ana County. That's why the high-intensity drug trafficking area for New Mexico issued a drug alert for the Las Cruces area. This comes after 2 recent fatal overdoses and more than a handful as of late. Officials believe fentanyl was the common denominator in many of the cases. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Gas prices are expected to remain low for the upcoming Labor Day weekend.
AAA says the national average for a gallon of regular should stay below last year's average of $3.33 and should remain relatively low for the rest of the summer as long as Gulf Coast refineries are not hit by hurricanes. The vice president of AAA Travel says the top destination cities of the holiday weekend this year are Seattle and Vancouver, British Columbia, both port cities for Alaska cruises. I'm Monica Nelson.
A new survey from a retirement services provider shows Americans are not all that realistic when it comes to financial milestones.
Empower asked nearly 1,000 Americans to set target ages for 6 life milestones: retirement saving, landing a dream job, earning 6 figures, buying a home, becoming debt-free, and retiring. Most people said the age to start saving for retirement is 27, and landing your dream job should happen at 29. Respondents said you should earn 6 figures by 35, buy your first home at 30, become debt-free at 41, and retire at 58. I'm Rob Martier.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's independent owner-operator program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
The microphone. Here we go. Stumbling into a Monday, the greatest day of the week. Here it is. Oh my, just like that. So what do you say? Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. A clear night outside the secret bunker here in southwest Ohio. 61 degrees. With mostly clear skies, we've definitely cooled off a bit. And ready or not, Mother Nature's going to jump ahead several weeks here. The Great Lakes, the Northeast, get ready for a big-time cool-off. A little touch of fall comes our way as we roll through that final week of August. Make our way toward Labor Day weekend. Are you ready for that? But first, we've got to get through some stormy weather, thunderstorms ahead of the arrival of that cooler air. Yeah, moving through the New England area here for our Monday. Not really expecting any of this to be severe weather. Matter of fact, according to AccuWeather, any rain that falls would be beneficial with some drought conditions in the region. Now, although everyone in the Great Lakes and the Northeast will have cooler air, there will be another fall-like aspect to this upcoming air mass. That will be in the form of lake effect precipitation. Obviously, it's way too warm for lake effect snow since it's August, but the same process that occurs during the late fall and winter will produce lake effect rain this time of year. So this cooler air mass will indeed bring with it some lake effect rain showers and the threat for water spouts around the Great Lakes both Monday and into Tuesday. Water spouts somewhat common during the late summer and early fall when the cool air moves over the warmer lake waters. Typically not as strong as tornadoes over land, but anyone with boating or swimming plans over the lakes should still avoid any water spouts that do develop. High temperatures are going to be below historical average throughout the region, even in areas where the sun's shining without the showers. Meanwhile, in areas where the sky is clear, the wind is light, we could be looking at some record low temperatures. Away from the lakes, the air mass is going to be cool enough to cause temperatures challenging record lows. For example, St. Louis, you could challenge a record low coming your way Monday night. Charlottesville, Virginia, you could challenge a record low Tuesday night. Some areas could again be in record territory come Wednesday night of this week. So definitely an opportunity to turn off the air conditioners and rest. Giving residents and visitors a chance to open up the windows, let some fresh air in. In some places, it might actually get chilly enough at night that you want to close the windows and for furnaces to turn on for the first time in months. While chillier air is not all that unusual come late August, its southward extent is a bit unexpected this time of year. In addition to the cool down in the Great Lakes and the Northeast, this powerful cold front's going to scour out moisture and significantly drop humidity levels all the way to the Gulf Coast in parts of the Southeast. So this is kind of a welcome treat for late August. It's part of the country that rarely experiences a break in high humidity this time of the year. Anybody not ready to say goodbye to summertime? Temperatures may get back closer to historical average by the Labor Day weekend. With that being said, we're not looking at any extreme heat in the forecast here in the foreseeable future. Hot, dry conditions has been the theme in the plains lately as well. Fairly typical of summertime. Both the temperature and rain are going to be falling in the near future. The pattern change there started this past day. Here through our Sunday night, the first of two potential episodes of flooding begin to take shape with some heavy rain and thunderstorms from eastern Colorado through the Texas-Oklahoma panhandles into Kansas and Oklahoma. Rain and storms developing in Colorado and northern New Mexico before moving eastward into Kansas, Oklahoma, and the northern Texas panhandle overnight tonight into Monday morning. Yeah, these storms may then advance into eastern Oklahoma and western Arkansas before falling apart later on Monday afternoon. Most areas are going to pick up 1 or 2 inches of rain. One location with the possibility to pick up more than 2 inches of rain would be on the state line between Kansas and Oklahoma. Yeah, a second area could be along Interstate 25 from, say, Denver to Pueblo, Colorado. Yeah, this would be due to the moisture ascending into the higher terrain, producing more lift in the atmosphere, causing more efficient rainfall. More downpours may develop on Tuesday. Those may not advance very far out of the Rockies. So definitely seeing some rainy conditions in the regions we just mentioned here at this hour. 844-844-3388 as we get things underway. Hello to Jeffrey checking in from southern Florida, kicking off the greatest day of the week. Good morning from the Mile High City. There's Brett, where it's cloudy skies, 64 degrees. It was 100 degrees Thursday. Since it has cooled down considerably. Had a good weekend. Went to a jazz show in downtown Denver Friday. Went on the big hike this Saturday. Hope everybody out there had a great weekend. As we start their new week, here it is, the greatest day of the week. There's Jerry checking in from Alabama, Central Alabama. He said, so glad it's college football kickoff week. We are 75 here in Central Alabama. War Eagle. It's good to hear from you, Jerry. It's been a while. There's Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. Wishing my wife a happy, heavenly 46th anniversary. All right. How about that? Well, I know obviously you're going to be kind of a sentimental day there, Larry. Thinking of you. Tank is in the house. Hello, Steve. The overnight crew. Happy Monday. A nice 68 degrees in Arlington, Tennessee. Headed down to Memphis to hopefully get us a set and head out west. Everybody truck safe and indeed have a blessed day. Darren says, greetings from Missouri. There's Bob in Michigan joining us here. James just jumps in. Good morning from Statesboro, Georgia. Still warm here with 75 degrees at this hour. All right, of course, we have to get it underway. Captain Ron joins us momentarily. Indeed, with the kickoff, college football over the weekend. How did our analysts versus the prognosticator of prognosticators go? How'd things unfold with our picks? Big Ed will join us here coming up as well as we kick off a brand new week. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call Tell today at 866-404-6289 or visit Tell360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, I suppose it's that time. Let's make it official.
It's the greatest day of the week. Everybody's favorite day.
Already. Hello, Captain Ron. Can you believe
Already.
the weekend flying by?
Yeah, they are. The weekend flew by. I went to the Coke Zero 400 Saturday night at Daytona.
How'd that go?
That was a great race. The weather was horrible at my house. And, you know, of course, Daytona's on the other coast. But got over there in its mid-80s, kind of a nice breeze. The way they have the seating, it's in the shade. So that was pretty cool. It was a pretty awesome race. Bubbles took out a bunch of the competition, though.
Yeah.
In the first stage. Yeah. And then, of course, he's running his mouth afterwards. He came down on Logano. Logano moved over and gave him as much room as he could and still come across his nose and caused a big wreck. That was the biggest wreck for the race, but it took out a whole bunch of the Bowman and Hamlin and Busch and him. You know, even Bubba Wallace was running strong. He was running up front, but he took himself out and took out several competitors.
Mm-hmm.
But I was pretty impressed with Cody Ware. He led a bunch of laps in the second stage. He looked good. Van Gissenberg led some laps in the middle stage. I think they screwed up on their pit strategies or something because they weren't even up front after that point. Of course, my guy didn't win. I was pulling for Logano. He was really strong. I don't know if Eric Jones hit him or not. You know, he had the Richard Petty colors.
Mm-hmm.
Man, did that car look sharp. But he was strong too, and I don't know if he got into the back of Logano and turned him, or if Logano got loose with him back there, or something. But he got spun out like 10 laps to go. Did you watch any of it?
I just got to see the highlights. This past. I didn't get to watch. But based on the highlight, it looks like there was the attendance. Looks like there was a good crowd there.
It was pretty good. They tried to blow smoke, saying that it was a full house and all that. We ended up moving twice to get better views. The section next to us was pretty empty. We went up a little higher, and the people ahead of us just kept standing, and the guy had a big old straw hat, kind of like somebody holding an umbrella in front of you, for no reason. But we moved and got a better spot. But that was a cool race. That was a good race. It was really good. Blaney ended up winning. He was on the pole. They didn't have qualifying because they got rained out, so he was on the pole and pulled it off. So at least my boss man's team won. It wasn't the one I was pulling for, but we were 9 rows up was where we started at. We were 9th row. We could see the dog leg, the entrance to pit road, start finish line, and then down into turn 1. But we weren't up high enough to see the rest of the track. But it's a good race. That tickets were free. It didn't cost me anything for the race. It costed me $50 to park.
Wow.
Of course, that's always any of the events nowadays is $50 to park. Seems like. But You've never been to a race like that, have you?
I haven't been to a place where I had to pay $50. It's been a few years. I'm trying to think the last race.
I mean a race, a big race like that, a NASCAR race.
I got to go to. I've been to Indianapolis, Atlanta a number of times. Kentucky.
Oh, okay.
Kentucky.
Oh, all right.
Talladega was
okay.
That was pretty cool.
I'd love to go to Talladega, but when they go by, I mean, you can't see it's just a blur when they go by.
Right.
I set my camera and did a video of them just going by. The whole field went by in like 5 seconds. 40 cars went by in like 5 seconds.
Boom.
And the video, they were going so fast, the video didn't even pick up any of the cars.
Wow.
It was crazy. But yeah, they go by and it, rattles your chest and they sound really good. And it was a good time.
Well, but
other than that, that's all I
makes for
did for the weekend. I don't remember.
Weekend.
I don't remember anything else that we did stands out Friday, and I don't have much else. And Semper Fi shout out to Knuckle Buster and the Donut Man, and I'm waiting to hear what Big Ed and Grump has to say about the opening football.
College football weekend college football underway. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you for taking my call, and we'll talk to you next time.
All right, there you go. Thanks for kicking us off here, the greatest day of the week. All right, got a few minutes before we hit that bottom of the hour news break, after which we'll come back and talk some football. I believe, who we got on board? Somebody along with the CNI dog. Good morning.
Good morning, Steve. I got a new listener for you, Motley. And,
how you doing?
Motley, you like
Go ahead, Mike.
Kind of like the Motley Crew, is that it?
Like Motley Crue without the crew.
Okay,
Motley without the crew, yeah.
All right, well, welcome aboard. How the heck are you?
All right, working a little extra this weekend.
Good deal.
He's got a car. He was asking me about the Hot Shot Secret products, and I said, well, you could go and buy it off the shelf if you want, or you could give Steve a call at 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed. And we'll hook you up with a $60 voucher, for your first order there.
Oh, thank you.
That's the way to get it started.
Go ahead.
So you have a gas? Is it a gas vehicle or a diesel engine you're going to be treating?
My wife's car's a Hyundai, 2011. Engine's been replaced once already, and because it was replaced because she had an extra warranty, and they were tearing it apart, looking for maintenance, and they couldn't find it, so they had to replace it. But the engine they put in there was basically similar to the same model engine, but it's the engine's a lot of engine noise when you first start it up. Not ringing, but you can kind of hear the pistons or the lifters.
Yep.
So I think it's probably a design flaw for the 2011 engine for the Hyundai. She said she'll probably never buy a Hyundai again. But I was wondering if that might help quiet it down and maybe make the engine last a little longer.
I would say absolutely. Get you a bottle of the Stiction Eliminator for the oil, and get you a dose of the Gasoline Extreme for the fuel side.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Yeah, I was telling them that the Stiction Eliminator has FR3 in there.
Yes.
And then once you're done treating the motor with the Stiction Eliminator, you go with the FR3 for about 4 or 5 more oil changes, and then run another cycle of Hot Shot Secrets are there.
The Stiction
Eliminator.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Mike also is kind of like Brother Rambler. So sometimes if he calls, he might have some good conversations with you.
Do a little give us a pastor? Is that what you are, Mott?
No. Apart from a pastor, I go to church, non-denominational, and we're currently going through 1 Corinthians, the series.
Mm-hmm.
And right now we're in 1 Corinthians, verse 9 through 11. It's the Corinthians church was a problem child church, and they were kind of doing their own thing. And Paul was gently rebuking them about remaining in the world, doing sexual immoral things.
Mm-hmm.
One of the ones where he said that even the pagans was not okay with somebody's son sleeping with his father's wife. We're guessing it was probably a stepmom.
Right. Hey, hold the thought there, because we have to pause for a news break, but get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tell's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit Tell360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Russian foreign minister says there's no meeting planned between President Vladimir Putin and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. In an interview with NBC's Meet the Press, Sergei Lavrov said while Russia is prepared to meet, a major obstacle remains.
Putin is ready to meet with Zelensky when the agenda would be ready for a summit. And this agenda is not ready at all.
Trump recently met with Zelensky and European leaders at the White House. President Trump says he'll know in 2 weeks if he made any progress in bringing peace to Ukraine.
2 weeks, we're going to find out which way it's going to go.
Trump has attempted to broker a peace deal, meeting with Russia's Vladimir Putin, then with Ukraine's Zelensky and U.S. European allies. Friday from the White House, Trump was asked about new Russian strikes against Ukraine and said he wasn't happy about anything with the war. I'm Lisa Carton.
From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA1. That's 800-JBS-USA1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA1 today.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tell is here to help you succeed. Visit Tell360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. All right, getting the new week underway. Here we are, rolling into the greatest day of the week. All right, welcome back. Thanks for hanging in there. Motley, Seeing Eye Dog, good to have you on board here.
Go ahead, Mike.
Thanks for having us. Thanks for having us on. I really appreciate what you're doing for me with the Hot Shot Secret, the Stiction Eliminator.
Yes.
And the coupons. I really appreciate it.
So that'll be.
And I want to give a shout out to my pastor, Pastor Eric Koslick, who teaches the Bible line by line, verse by verse. It's just definitely not your American Christianity. It really convicts you, and I hope you can find whoever's listening out there, find a good biblical church out there.
Yes, indeed.
Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, so watch. That'll be a text message. You'll get a coupon code. It'll be a code to enter when you go to hotshotsecret.com at checkout. Put that code in, and it'll deduct $60. And if you're anyone that orders for the first time, gets free shipping automatically too. So,
okay, thank you.
Very good.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. Seeing Eye Dog.
You're enjoying the show.
Thank you for helping spread the word about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. All right. New listener, first-time caller. Good way to start a new week, huh? All right. Are you with me?
I'm with you, Steve. And, boys, I got a mouthful, but right quick, just because of the last gentleman's call, and they're talking about Brother Rambler, and, let's being Sunday, I want to give God recognition just for the fact people don't realize that when God moves someone, you don't know what from walk of life that they might be coming from. God just don't use the biggest people. He just if you ever feel the conviction, and the reason I'm bringing this up, the pastor that's going to conduct mine and Denise's wedding there in September, he's a graduate of West Point. And he graduated from West Point, and he was in the military. Because, we went in, and naturally he wanted to counsel us, so we went in and sat down and had a good long meeting with him. And boy, I really enjoyed visiting with him. Because I asked him, I said, And it just blew my mind that he had graduated from West Point. He got that big old West Point ring, and
yeah,
I said, do you not? How do you deal with the fact that so many generals come out of West Point that had a profound leadership effect on this great country that we live in? I'm talking going back to the Civil War.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about your Grants. I'm talking about the World War II. Just, these generals up to today, that were educated at West Point. And it just blew my mind. I said, how did you end up being a preacher and you give up that military career? Now you're preaching at the church that we're going to be married in. I don't know, maybe 500 people strong. I don't know. I'm just taking a wild guess. Mm-hmm. But it's the fact that this guy is so, he works for God. And he had got stationed down there at Lawton at Fort Sill, and he grew up in upstate New York. And I said, what brought you out here in the middle of the wheat fields? And like he said, I just drove around and looked at the state, and he said, I just felt the call from the Lord that I needed to be preaching, and I give up my military career. And,
wow.
Because there's no telling where he would have went with that. So God will use people from different walks of life in different ways. And so, anyway, I just wanted to mention that. That just, them talking about, that gentleman talking about his Christian teachings, and, we all know Brother Rambler. So, anyway, I just thought that was a good bit of information to say, hey,
Sure, yeah.
A man that was educated at West Point is going to be conducting our marriage. But anyway, let's see. How did the weekend go? Well, let me put it to you like this. The analyzer kind of missed a little bit on the game this weekend, and I ain't making fun of him. He tried hard. And I'll let Grump, he's supposed to call in, but it ended up I got 4 wins and 1 loss. And our good friend Grump got 2 wins and 3 losses. So he started out on the bottom end of the stick, and I know he's probably frustrated because some of those losses were close games. And it's like I told him, hey, that can go any way.
Mm-hmm.
The one we lost together was K-State and Iowa State. We both picked K-State. And the posters are saying K-State's going to be the Big 12 champ this year. I don't know what in the world they was thinking, but based on what I've seen, I don't think K-State's going to be no Big 12 champion. Probably the only excitement K-State had at that game was the fact that the quarterback's dad and brother got in a fist fight with each other. I don't know if it was each other or with some Iowa State fans. The report more like said the dad and the brother got into a fight with each other, the way I was picking it up. And what they was mad about, I have no clue, but maybe the performance of maybe the dad was bashing the quarterback, he's his son, and the brother didn't like it. I don't know. So I know they was one of their big-time running backs got hurt during that first quarter, so that kind of put a kibosh on the running game. And, wet conditions there, they're dealing with rain and what have you, so it kind of put a kibosh on the passing game, but it didn't. Iowa State was able to pull that game off, and that was the only loss that I had. Then you had UNLV Idaho State, which Grump picked Idaho State because he was, fixated on Kurt Warner. I believe it was Kurt Warner's son that played quarterback at Idaho State. But UNLV, that game was close up until about the middle of the fourth quarter, and then UNLV kind of pulled away with it. And then you had Kansas and Fresno State. The Fresno State player had that Warner boy as quarterback. But Kansas, they pulled away with that in the first quarter. That was the best game as far as they went in, took command, and they kept it the whole game. Then you're Western Kentucky playing Sam Houston. That was a close game up until the fourth quarter, and Western Kentucky finally pulled that one off. And then the Hawaii game versus Stanford, that went right down to the final minute. Hawaii won that with a field goal with 3 seconds left in the game. What I thought was amazing about that, the boy that kicked the field goal was Japanese, and he was kind of a new field goal kicker, and he had learned how to kick field goals by watching YouTube. And then he got him a scholarship, or he was went as a walk-on with Hawaii, and then the coach gave him a scholarship, and he kicked that winning field goal. So, but it was interesting football, even though there wasn't no big-time marquee games. If you love football and you're a football nut, yeah, all these games are worth watching and keeping up with. I know I watched every one of them and was able to do it on ESPN, but like I say, I got 4 wins, 1 loss, and poor old Grump, he's got 3 losses and 2 wins, but that's just one weekend, and we really start getting into the meat of the schedule starting next week, and we're going to call in here together Wednesday and do our picks for the Labor Day weekend slate of games, and there's quite a few big-time marquee games that are coming up next weekend. So that's my report as far as the prognosticator being on top. Hey, man, what can I say? So, anyway, I'm glad Grump's stepping up to the challenge. Like I say, there's a lot of football left. So,
yeah,
we're going to see who's going to.
Just getting started.
Now, I heard they was, brain dead that was thinking maybe we both were wrong about the Ohio State and Penn State taking the national championship.
He was going to kind of do his own little studying over the weekend, and he's going to call in, I don't know, maybe tonight or sometime this week. He's going to give his pick for who's going to go all the way.
Yeah, I'm serious. I'd like to hear what his take on it is. There's a couple other teams out there that could do it. I mean, the posters are talking Notre Dame, but no, I don't see that. I'm sorry, Penn State's going to take it all. You just got to, their schedule is not as meaty as some of the other teams, and they could lose a game. Even Ohio State, they're getting a test this next week when they're playing Texas. If you want to lose a game, you want to lose it early in the season. But they get into that playoff, and that's a different animal. So that's the main goal, is you get to the playoff, and then it's a whole new ball of wax at that point. So, Steve, I'll tell you what, until Wednesday night, just no prognosticating that I'm always right, or I try to be always right. If I ain't, I'm close to being right. So, thanks, sir. We love the show.
All right. That's a way to kick off a college football season. And, of course, now the field is set for the playoffs in NASCAR. It's the round of 16 that gets underway. In the field, Kyle Larson, William Byron, Denny Hamlin in the mix, Ryan Blaney, Christopher Bell. There's our road course racer, Shane Van Gisbergen. And, of course, Van Gisbergen, is that it? Van Gisbergen. There is a road course, but I think he's got to get to the round of 12, which, first of all, he's got to do something here, at least be consistent in the round of 16, which, if he could get to that round of 12, good chance he would make it to the round of 8, but we shall see. Chase Elliott, Chase Briscoe, Bubba Wallace, indeed, in the playoffs, Austin Cindric, Ross Chastain, Joey Logano, Josh Berry, Tyler Reddick, Austin Dillon, and Alex Bowman. The field of 16. It's hard to believe we're already rolling into kind of playoff season when it comes to NASCAR. Meanwhile, around the country, as we get a brand new week, brand new day underway, it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Some of our other friends checking in here, starting the week off. Hello to Kevin. Good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. There's Ken Mack checking in from Canada. Now, we do have some updates surrounding Canada when it comes to tariffs. Progress made in recent days. We'll break the numbers down there coming up. Saddle up, Nocturnal listeners. Hello, Pappy, the midnight hour, greatest day of the week. Which means somewhere deep beneath the earth crust is the Hot Shot Secret hidden bunker. Throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna, the Stick Shit Eliminator power mic is on. As always, 844-844-3388. Don't be a scarecrow. Hit them digits. Be a part of the show. 62 degrees in southwest Ohio. Oh, and it sounds like the heat is being turned up in John Bolton's residence and office. FBI search warrants, both locations. What are they looking for? What have they found? Documents showing maybe treasonous activities against our president? That guy scores like a 100% in the going to war category. Let's go. It is showtime. Yeah, I followed a little bit of the updates there as far as the FBI raiding and taking out boxes and boxes of documents from, again, both the home and his office. Something about he had classified information, a book that he released here a few years ago. At the time, had a lot of classified information supposedly included in it. Some of this was stuff that he should not, of course, even been privy to. So how did he get his hands on them if he had classified documents Yeah, and that's what they're searching for. Supposedly, there was actually an investigation ongoing under the previous administration when the book came out, under the Biden administration. But they just kind of like, I guess they said, just let it go, let it disappear. And with the new sheriff in town, as far as leadership at the FBI and Department of Justice, they're saying, no, we ain't just going to let this go. All right, there's Buckeye Boy checking in from just west of Dublin, Georgia, 74 degrees. Had a great Saturday with the grandkids minus the oldest. Yeah, long story is we took him to baseball practice for the grandson and cheerleading at grade school football games. Had a great time. Braves and Reds both preventing series sweeps with a win this past day. Congratulations to Tommy Fleetwood on his first PGA win and winning the FedEx Cup over the weekend. I really want to know who's financing this insane petition wanting leniency for this scumbag driver that killed those people in Florida. Anyway, I'll deliver at noon today, then we'll head for Delray to pick up. Have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. Yeah, a petition, yes, being signed by other Indians in the country, from the country of India. Some 215,000 signatures? Yeah, we'll break it down. Let me see. I know I had the story. Here it is. Yeah, 215,000 signatures. An online petition urging the federal government to set him free. Harjinder Singh, the illegal migrant trucker that killed 3. We, the undersigned, respectfully petition for clemency or sentence reduction on behalf of the 28-year-old Punjabi man who, in a tragic, unintentional incident, caused a truck accident resulting in the loss of 3 lives. Now, this is the petition is online at change.org. Instead of a prison sentence, the petition asked their fellow Indian to be sentenced to restorative justice measures, counseling, or community service, aligning with both accountability and compassion. With deep respect and hope, collective Punjabi youth, the petition says. Punjab is a district in India heavily populated by the turban-wearing non-Muslim Sikh ethnic group. Yeah, this trucker is part of a fast-growing Indian Sikh community of the United States, which includes many illegal and legal migrants. Of course, in the post-accident test, failing the English language proficiency and, of course, failing the highway signs test. Yeah, since 1990, government officials have stopped enforcing many laws to encourage migrants to enter the nation's highways, housing, white-collar workplaces. More than 5 million Indians now live either legally or illegally in the United States amid growing American opposition to the pocketbook damage and the chaotic diversity caused by their arrival. Now, this accident kind of echoing the imported Indian highway culture. Risk-taking is another prevalent characteristic of those drivers. Most Indian drivers don't think twice before passing from the wrong side, speeding on crowded streets, ignoring traffic signals. This I care a damn and daredevil attitude is a product of the belief that getting ahead, even if only by a few seconds or minutes, is more important than safety to them. Another significant issue is the blatant disregard for traffic rules. Many drivers see rules as just suggestions rather than mandatory guidelines. That attitude stems from poor road discipline and inadequate penalties for violations. The culture of non-compliance perpetuated by witnessing others frequently mocking rules and not facing any consequences. It's a vicious cycle of lawlessness on the roads out there. The pro-Indian petition cites the case of a trucker in Colorado that killed 4 Americans in a highway backup. Yeah, the trucker's brake failed, but he did not use the emergency exit ramp, as you'll recall, continued at a speed of 100 miles per hour. Yeah, no criminal intent or history. Yeah, the Florida incident was a catastrophe, not a criminal act, they're saying. Okay. We'll pick up there following news break as we hit the top of the hour. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Don't buy or lease another truck without first calling TEL. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call TEL at 866-404-6289.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat. Literally, choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call TEL now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries is hinting about the possibility of mobilizing redistricting efforts in more blue states. During an interview with CNN's State of the Union, Jeffries says Democrats could be ready if more Republican-led states aim to redraw maps in their favor.
We will continue to respond when necessary across the country. Right now, this has happened in Texas. California has responded. Let's see what comes next.
His comments come after the Texas Senate approved a new congressional map that would likely give the GOP 5 more seats in the House. Just days before that approval, California Governor Gavin Newsom signed a measure that calls for a special election, aiming to redraw state maps that would most likely give Democrats 5 additional House seats. The statewide vote would be held in November. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is firing the director of the Defense Intelligence Agency.
Several reports say Lieutenant General Jeffrey Cruz will no longer serve as the director of the Pentagon's main intelligence wing. The Washington Post reports the firing follows a preliminary assessment from the agency in June of the U.S. military strikes against Iran, which prompted strong backlash from the Trump administration after the report assessed Iran's nuclear capabilities had been set back by only a matter of months. In contrast to Hegseth and President Donald Trump's statements that their capabilities had been obliterated. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
The Trump administration can move forward with pulling hundreds of millions of dollars in National Institutes of Health grants linked to diversity initiatives following a Supreme Court ruling on Thursday.
The 5-4 decision in part reversed a lower court ruling that canceling the funds was illegal.
5 of the court's conservative justices ruled in favor of the administration, accusing the lower court of defying an earlier Supreme Court ruling that allowed the administration to cancel grants. Chief Justice John Roberts joined the liberal justices in opposition. I'm Michael Kastner.
From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
The State Fair of Texas announced this year's Big Tex Choice Awards.
50 vendors entered 76 different dishes into the competition, and the 4 top awards were just announced. The Best Taste Savory winner was the Crab and Mozzarella Arancini, while Best Taste Sweet went to Chill and Thrill Delight. Best Taste Sipper was awarded to the Cookie Chaos Milkshake, while the Most Creative Award went to the Wagyu Bacon Cheeseburger Deviled Egg Sliders. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Nearly half of California voters support Governor Gavin Newsom's redistricting efforts.
The governor is seeking to secure Democratic congressional seats before the midterm elections, and a new poll from the University of California, Berkeley's Institute of Governmental Studies found 48% of voters were in favor of the move. Survey results also found that 32% of respondents were against it, and about 20% say they were undecided. The vote on the measure is scheduled to take place on November 4th. I'm Chris Coraggio.
Steak and Shake is weighing in on the Cracker Barrel logo controversy.
The Cracker Barrel logo used to show an older man sitting next to the barrel. But on Tuesday, the restaurant chain unveiled a new logo without the classic image. The rebrand caught the attention of their competitor, Steak and Shake, which posted on social media that Cracker Barrel was eliminating their heritage from their logo. Known for its mismatched, somewhat cluttered decor, the remodeled restaurants now feature a streamlined, modern farmhouse vibe. Despite the swift, harsh feedback online, the company's CEO says people like what we're doing. I'm Monica Nelson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. All righty, we are underway. A brand new day, a brand new week. Final week in the month of August here as we roll into the 25th day of August. Rolling toward Labor Day weekend. beginning to see some signs of summer, the waning days of summer. Yeah, for some, definitely going to be feeling like early fall as we progress through the week in much of the eastern portions of the country. Big time cool off. But trust you had a good weekend. Good to have you with us. Picking up where we left off. Buckeye Boy, he shared that this petition, this online petition at change.org, being signed by the Indian and Sikh community, is now up to like 2.5 million signatures. 2.5 million? The petition says disproportionate sentencing. Yeah, the imposed 45-year sentence is excessively severe given the nature of the accident. Relevant precedent. Aguilera Maduro's case, the one in Colorado. That driver initially received a 110-year sentence. Now keep in mind, that case was a driver that had been deported, I believe, like 6 times previously. The 110-year sentence for that crash that resulted in 4 deaths following a massive public outcry and a petition that, in his case, garnered 5 million signatures. The Democratic pro-immigration governor, Jared Polis, commuted his sentence to 10 years with parole eligibility after 5 years. All these Indian signatories repeatedly declaring their solidarity with the illegal Indian migrant, not with the dead Americans. Many signatories submitted versions of this statement. It was an accident. He made a terrible mistake, not a deliberate choice to harm anyone. He was working hard to support his family, like so many of us. And one wrong decision changed everything. A 45-year prison sentence is not justice, says one signatory. It's tragedy. It's accident. Didn't do this purposely. Accidents happen. It's not fair for him. Lots of criminals walking free without any punishment. They get a mental health card and walk free. Many of the apparent signatories are other Indian migrants here in the United States. Defanshi writes, he left everything back home to have a better future here. Terrible mistake, not intentionally. 45 years is a long time. Well, now we come up with a little more information as well on the co-driver that was seen in the cab of the vehicle. Immigration and Customs Enforcement has now arrested him, the guy that was the passenger in the cab. On August 21, Department of Homeland Security announcing the ICE arrest of Harneet Singh, who is 25 years old, described as an illegal alien from India. He's actually the brother of Harjinder Singh. So Harjinder, the one facing the vehicular homicide charges, accusing him of making the U-turn. All right, we know the background there. But Homeland Security confirmed Harneet Singh was in the cab of the truck. Homeland Security said Harneet was encountered by U.S. Border Patrol agents on May 15th of 2023, but was released into the country. Of course, Harneet has been in ICE custody since his arrest on the 18th of August. Homeland Security says he will remain in custody pending removal proceedings. Of course, on the 16th, they also lodged the arrest detainer for Harjinder to ensure he remains in custody after his state prosecution preventing him from slipping back onto the American streets. And I believe they actually held a bond hearing, and that was denied. So the two individuals, both illegally in the country at the time, That's where things stand. All right, Philly Dad, it's that time again. Hope everyone had a great weekend. Just a heads up, if anybody's going to be driving in Philadelphia, the public transportation service known as SEPTA has cut its fleet by 20%. They're estimating, is that 270,000 more vehicles going to be on the road? Is that correct? Is it 27,000 or 270,000? Yeah, that would be potential gridlock, right? Meanwhile, Philip is on board. Up and at him. Good morning, everybody, from the state of Florida as we kick off a new week. There is Brain Dead. How was your weekend? Work.
Well, let's see. Yep. Work, sleep, repeat. It's like washing your hair again. But me and Dingbat have a bet. Now, she said that you called a plumber for your faucet. I said 8 hours. So what really happened there? We're getting different stories here.
Well, it was not a 30-minute job, suffice it to say. There's always that one connection that you can't get loose. I had 3 out of 4 undone. Ended up having to call a friend, somebody that's a little skinnier than me that was able to. I mean, this is a vanity sink, and you got that little door that you got to get upside down underneath. Man, my body's aching all over, but I did have to have some assistance to get it done. But it's done.
See, Dingbat, I told you, you've got to pay up now. I told you it's going to be 8 hours, and about a case of skull busters too. So, where to begin, buddy? Yeah, Captain Ranyo's spot on. I think that was about one of the best Daytona races that I've heard in a long time. And one of the things that I kind of caught me off guard this weekend is the Connor Zilich is going to be taking Daniel Suarez's seat at Trackhouse Racing next year because Junior Motorsports want to keep him around for another year because he is a really good driver, but he's got to remember one thing. Xfinity and Cup is 2 separate cars, 2 separate things, two total separate things, and it's going to be interesting to see the transition. So, but I can't believe we're almost here, like you said, at playoffs. I mean, at the time of the playoffs. So, and football season starting, basketball season starting, and I heard the proctologist, Big Ed talking. So let me get into this. Now, I told you Friday morning, Tennessee is not going to do good this year. I don't think they're going to do good hardly at all because all these experts are saying they're going to have a 9-win season. I don't think so. I think they're going to go 7-5, maybe a 6-6. Because when you look at it, Bama, Kentucky, Oklahoma, Vandy, and the Gators are coming back, and they're coming back with a vengeance. Remember, they got beat last season, and in the off season they were able to shore up their teams. And Bama really is. A lot of people are saying that they're going to go to be a 9 or a 10 win season. Because remember, last year they were 8-4 under the first. It was the first year or second year coach. I don't remember his name, but it's like I've been saying too with Dingbat's Gators, is that they got that kid. I didn't write down his name. Saved my life. That he is now 100% healthy. And I'm looking forward to see what they can do, because if this kid can stay healthy, he's going to be they're going to be really a sleeper in the SEC. Now, will they go into the playoffs? Possibly. Will they go deep? Doubt it. But still, though, it's really going to be interesting to see. Now, another thing, too, to keep in the back of your mind is Arkansas. They've got to play Arkansas again this season. Because remember, last season they went to Fayetteville and they lost. Now they got to come to Knoxville. And will Arkansas be able to repeat? There's the questionable. That's why I'm saying either 7-5 or 6-6. Because if Sam Pittman and the Hogs come in like they played last year, it's going to be a 6-6 season. Because I really think that they will be going to either like the Music City Bowl, the Toilet Bowl. I mean, one of those little mediocre bowl games. So, but the main problem they have is they got rid Nico. I'm a leaving. He went back to UCLA. He was not that good of a quarterback anyway. He was overhyped, overrated. Him and this Jake kid, and I don't mean the guy from State Farm, Jake Aguilar. They love to turn the ball over. They really love to turn the ball over. I mean, I think they've forgotten which side of the team that they throw the ball to, not the other side. Jake Merlanger, who filled in a few times there towards the season for Nico, he really did good. He really did impress me. And a little bit more coaching, he could really make a good, strong threat towards the end of the season this year and into next year. That's going to be one of the keys. So, where am I at here? So now, I heard Grump talk about the Ohio State. Now, I know Rick Friend is going to send me a bunch of hate mail. Okay, sorry, Rick. Just being honest here. They got off rough this season. Remember, they lost 14 players to the draft. Most of those players were the front line. I mean, you could have three of the best quarterbacks that, God ever stretched to patch your skin over. But without that line, you're nothing. So they went in the transfer portal. They've gotten some good linemen. I don't think that's going to be good. And I know who my two teams are going to be to watch this year, as far as who really bulked up their line this season. So I do think that Ohio State will go deep into the quarterback into the playoffs, but I don't think they're going to go to the national title. So do you want to smash a break and come back in a minute?
Yeah, let's do that. 19 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weights? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. SpeedMax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, so yeah, we're kind of rolling into week number 1. College football is upon us once again. So we kind of left off Ohio State. You think they'll go pretty deep in the playoffs, not a championship game. So where are you leaning?
Well, hang on, Gracie. I'll get to that in just a minute because I want you to take this note and take this name down. The one person that I would be looking for as far as Heisman winners, I think Jeremiah Smith could take it all the way for the Heisman from Ohio State. Now, Big Ed did mention his Penn State. Now, I do agree with him. Penn State is looking good. They had a lot of their guys come back this all season, and they look like they're a strong contender. But in my book, I think they're going to be just like Ohio State. They're going to go deep. But they kind of remind me of the Michigan team from a few years ago. So, now there are 2 teams that are sleeping, and these 2 are the ones who I think are going to go to the national title game. I really do think these 2 teams have it, and they're sleeping and they're being overlooked, and that is Clemson and LSU. Both schools, they went heavy in the transfer portal. But see, Clemson, they had Cade Klubnik, who is by far, in my opinion, one of the best quarterbacks in all of football right now. Plus, you got Garrett Riley, who is entering his 3rd season as offensive coordinator with a solid group of receivers that they brought in. The defense has some very good talent at every position, headlined by T.J. Parker and Peter Woods, with Tom Allen at the helm for being the defensive coordinator. Now, as far as LSU goes, where did my notes for LSU go? But LSU, they also needed to rebuild their line, and they picked up a lot of good players in the draft. Not the draft. You know what I mean? In the transfer portal. But I want to say this. So I think actually LSU will win it. Ooh. I really, really do. I think they're going to go for it, and I think it's going to be Clemson and LSU in the national title. But there's some other things that needs to be watched too, like Hugh Freeze. He may be out of a job come the end of the season if he has another sub 500 season. But then also Mark Stoops, he's not in trouble just yet, but if he had a bad season just like he did last year, then yeah, he's going to be out. But now Big Ed did mention something too about Arch Manning, and I kind of sort of agree with him, but I disagree with him. You know, when you think of the Manning family, you might automatically think of quarterback. And you know, when you have tutelage under Archie Manning and Peyton Manning and Eli Manning, you know, you are in some big shoes to fill. And he did really good. I didn't say awesome. He did good this first season, but the pressure is going to be on this season, and a lot of the quote unquote experts have him going to the national title and win the national title game. I do think he is a little overrated. I do think Texas is a little overrated, but like I was saying though, I don't think they're going to go to the playoffs regardless. It's just how far will they go? But still, I'm sticking by LSU, and that's my pick, Steve.
Very interesting. So we got an Ohio State, a Penn State, and an LSU.
Who?
Right?
Oh, that's right, LSU. But real quick, though, do you remember what happened on this day 20 years ago?
20 years ago, 25th of August. Have no idea.
Hurricane Katrina formed, Steve.
Oh, boy. Wow. Okay.
Can you believe it? The 29th is the 20th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina. Where did the time go, buddy? But I got to get back to Memphis, buddy. You have a good morning.
All right. Thanks for helping us kick off a brand new week. Little college football prognostication. All right. 844-844-3388. Yeah, the lefties are kind of losing their collective minds. You know, we've heard the outrage as far as calling in the National Guard in the Washington, D.C. area, the number of arrests that are taking place there. Yeah, word now is we may be looking at maybe activating Guard in a number of other cities. I believe the number was something like 19. 19 different states. One area that, I don't know, Chicago? Do they need some help there? Pentagon officials confirming over the weekend that up to 1,700 National Guard troops will mobilize across 19 states from now through mid-November to support the Homeland Security's America First mission, a sweeping crackdown to arrest and deport criminal illegal aliens, restoring law and order in metro areas gutted by rogue Democrat leaders. After a decade of disastrous, progressive policies that have unleashed destructive, violent crime waves all over the country, where are we going to see activities taking place? This was one of the big developing stories over the weekend. Give you more on that coming up just ahead here. First, for 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Republicans are trying to balance out the scales a little bit for basic fairness.
Vice President J.D. Vance is defending the new congressional map recently approved by the Texas Senate. Appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, Vance claimed that Democratic gerrymandering has made these redistricting efforts necessary.
All we're doing, frankly, is trying to make the situation a little bit more fair on a national scale. The Democrats have gerrymandered their states really aggressively. We think there are opportunities to push back against that, and that's really all we're doing.
The Texas Tribune says the map was adopted early Saturday on party lines over fierce Democratic opposition. President Trump has called for the new map to increase the House majority ahead of the midterm elections. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gasoline is $3.15. Mono County, California is up to $5.81, while Simpson County, Mississippi is down to $2.50. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love Medi-Share and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Following the breakdown there from Brain Dead, Buckeye Boy says, Brain Dead, you used that M word and Ohio State in the same sentence. Sacrilege. There you go. Big Ed says, no to LSU. So the challenge is hard. He did say, you're not so far off on Clemson. All right, that makes for entertainment week after week. College football is back. All right, pick it up there. We were talking about many communities are going to be seeing roundups taking place. ICE agents doing the arrests with the support of National Guard. Case management, transportation, logistics, clerical work. These kind of things also include illegal alien data collection, fingerprints, DNA swabs, photos. They will not be performing arrests or direct law enforcement. Fox News says documents show National Guard members will soon be deployed in Alabama, Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Idaho, Indiana, Iowa, Louisiana, Nebraska, Nevada, New Mexico, Ohio, South Carolina, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Virginia, and Wyoming. The deployments, they say, authorized under Title 32, Section 502F, allowing support for federal agencies while remaining under the control of governors, avoiding any posse comitatus restrictions. We understand ICE needs, at the time, to be more administrative in nature. As planning continued, it became clear more that ICE needed something different, according to one defense official. As you can imagine and appreciate, some of these start to get close to that law enforcement line. So it's best that these people are in a Title 32 status, so we are absolutely staying within the law of what we're doing and providing the appropriate support. Fewer than 2% of the authorized forces have mobilized so far. States like Virginia will begin training here in the coming week for a September deployment. All this is 2,000 Guard troops are working to restore law and order in crime-ridden Washington, D.C. Now, word also coming down this past day that the Pentagon has reportedly been quietly planning this deployment to Chicago for weeks, as the president escalates his push to crack down on crime, homelessness, and illegal immigration, preparation that could lead to the mobilization of several thousand as early as next month. The effort not previously disclosed, reflecting how the president is expanding a controversial domestic security model, first tested in Los Angeles in June when thousands of Guard members and hundreds of active duty Marines were deployed there. Officials tell the Post that while the use of active duty troops in Chicago has been discussed, that option is less likely at this point in time. But the planning underscores how the administration is mapping out broader federal interventions in many Democrat-led cities. Trump said on Friday, Chicago's a mess, calling the city's mayor grossly incompetent, signaling that would be his next target, following operations in D.C. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker and Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson both sharply rejecting those comments, warning that any unilateral deployment would be unlawful and destabilizing. Johnson said Chicago officials have received no formal communication about any sort of involvement with military, but voiced grave concerns about the impact. No real comment from the White House this past day. The Pentagon, in a statement, said only that there is a planning organization that works with other agencies to protect federal assets and personnel. So, very interesting developments on the national scene there. Well, let's see what's going on with Knucklebuster here on a Monday. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, I'm going to pick the Vegas bookie as the true winner of all these football games. But I'm just going to choose Texas because I like the Manning family and I like Texas. So we'll see how it all plays out come January next year, right?
Right. Yes, sir.
Yeah, but that Vegas bookie is still going to be the winner. I can promise you that, no matter what you say.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Steve, I saw an advertisement on a roadside marquee this weekend. Says free beer, topless maids, and false advertising. Inquire inside. You reckon the false advertisement is going to win out?
I pretty much guarantee it, yes.
Yeah. Well, I was over at my daughter's house this weekend. One of my grandbabies turned 13 this year. Damn, I don't see how that's possible. But anyway, one of her girlfriends had a T-shirt on that says, I pee in pool, Steve. I said, well, it's a good thing I ain't swimming this weekend, right?
It's going to be covering up to pool time for us. It's getting chilly. These overnight lows, the water's going to be freezing.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be 100 down there in Dallas today, so it ain't gonna be no cover up the pool thing, right? I don't know what it's going to be there at the house, but it was warm today. Yep. What's the temperature in Memphis?
I'd have to pull that up. I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. Well, while you pulling that up, I'll be talking. You know, we talked last week about the Babylon Bee said that them Dallas Cowboys wanted one of their fans to throw a green sex toy out there on the field.
I saw that.
Well, Steve, they done it on the Vikings and Titans game there. So. Hell, come on. Quit throwing them dildos out there on the field and on the court there. So, get a simplified shout out to Kevin Ron, and I'll call in later on to get a simplified shout out to Truck and Field too. We'll do Captain Ron, Steve Summers, and man, we got some crazy ass drivers out here tonight. I don't know what it is. I catch up to them and pass them. I'm driving the speed limit, and then they want to gas on it and take off and leave me behind. So I don't care. You can drive. You don't want to pay that ticket, not me. There, right?
Mm-hmm.
You reckon I ought to take that list there and start going down that list and arresting all them illegal immigrants that signed that thing?
I wonder how many are. You know, I can't believe they've got 2.5 million signatories on there.
Yeah, well, I got news to them dumbasses. Accidents don't happen. Accidents are caused by somebody doing something real stupid there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there ain't no cure for stupidity, because and what he done, he deserves to go to jail. Well, actually, I think he deserves to lose his life. They need a death penalty on him. He done something so stupid that 3 people lost their lives. Get the dumbasses out of here, and the rest of the world will be a lot better off. And that's all my bull on it for this go around. I'll come in later on when I'm going to be up most of the night, too. So, matter of fact, you and I might get off work at the same time this morning.
All righty. All right. Well, good to have you on board as we get the new week underway. Thank you very much. Hey, what do we have? Industry headlines. Yeah, looking at some competition from the railroads. Well, that's always been the case. Yeah, trucking and rail are competing for all that freight. Looks like the competition's about to get a bit stiffer here. Railroad giants BNSF and CSX announced a new intermodal service in an effort to compete with trucking for freight. The BNSF and CSX announced the following new services: the introduction of new coast-to-coast direct domestic intermodal services between Southern California and Charlotte, North Carolina, and Jacksonville, Florida. In addition, a new service will also be launched between Phoenix, Arizona, and Atlanta, Georgia, aiming to convert over-the-road freight to rail through a seamless product between the two railroads. The introduction of new direct international intermodal services between the Port of New York and New Jersey and Norfolk, Virginia, and Kansas City. These new customer-focused service products will offer immediate value for customers by increasing flexibility and optionality while delivering integrated service for freight moving across the U.S., according to the joint news release. They say more details about the new services will soon be coming. This collaboration between BNSF and CSX demonstrates the power of our partnership, delivering greater flexibility, efficiency, and value for the customer. We're looking forward to these offerings, providing immediate, streamlined service to the supply chain across key markets nationwide. Through this new connectivity, we are connecting Western and Eastern U.S. markets, creating faster, more reliable service, according to the Vice President of Intermodal Sales and Marketing at CSX. So the competition about to get a bit more fierce for the existing freight out there. It is 844-844-3388.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Oh, and by the way, 72 degrees at this hour there in Memphis, Tennessee. Knuckle Buster. Good morning to Gary, who says Knuckle Buster is absolutely correct. Hello to Roy, Northwest Illinois, said, I just saw that about the leniency. Wow, okay. Leniency for the first of all, illegally in the country, and then taking innocent American lives. Very sad. Word had come down last Thursday. We did touch on it Friday morning. In light of that particular case, the halting the issuance of work visas for commercial truck drivers. That came down from Secretary of State Marco Rubio, stating the increasing number of foreign drivers operating large tractor trucks on U.S. roads is endangering American lives and undercutting the livelihoods of American truckers. That announcement following recent letters sent from the likes of the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association asking for the immediate suspension of states issuing the non-domiciled CDLs. According to the Associated Press, the federal government asked for Singh to be transferred to the custody of Immigration and Customs Enforcement after his criminal case is complete. The Department of Homeland Security confirming late last week that ICE has Harjinder's brother, as we mentioned earlier, in custody as well, Harneet Singh, accused of being in the United States illegally as well. He was the passenger in the truck when that crash occurred. But this has prompted questions about the ways commercial driver's licenses are being distributed. In particular, OOIDA said that the non-domiciled CDLs have exposed many safety loopholes. OOIDA, lauding the announcement, has said they'll continue working with the administration and Congress to develop comprehensive licensing and training standards to prevent unsafe drivers from ever getting behind the wheel. Yeah, there's unlikely to be any negative effect on the supply chain, they say, as the trucking industry currently continues to face overcapacity. The misuse of visa programs, along with the rise of non-domiciled CDL holders in recent years, has fueled a flood of drivers into our country who struggle to operate safely in compliance with regulations. As of Friday morning, the details of the Rubio's announcement, including the scope of this, had not yet been released. So probably going to get some more details on that maybe today or undoubtedly at some point in the week ahead. But we will keep an eye on things there. All right, we'll get to Eagle coming up here first. Hey, Mike. Wait a minute. No, it's the greatest day of the week.
That's right. Captain Ron already took care of all that, didn't he?
Yes.
All right. So in the process of doing that, I didn't hear what the results were from Daytona. I heard him say, I was in and out so much there when he was talking, that I heard him say that he had a bunch of rain showers on his side of the state there, but Daytona, everything was good over there?
I guess the qualifying got rained out, but for the race, he said it was very nice weather.
All right. So who ended up being the one in the end of the demolition derby that came out there to go down to Victory Lane and sit on a bench and not be able to jump up and down and do everything there at the end of the race?
Who the heck was it? I don't even... All I know is that they set the field for the playoffs. I believe Blaney was the winner.
Okay.
Tyler Reddick.
I didn't.
Tyler Reddick and Alex Bowman get the final playoff spots. So the field is 16.
Okay.
Yep.
As I say, I didn't get to even hear or see or know. I tell you the truth, I didn't even remember it happened, to tell you the truth. So I was busy enough through the weekend with whole bunch of stuff going on, and so we didn't even get to that point. But anyways, I see a post made by your half brother there, Dave. I don't know if you're going to elaborate on that or not, but I made a comment on that, and I mentioned that your show is still continuing on at midnight to 5 in the live form there. So with one of them blue links that people could just push the link to go to your show in the comments. So and he actually liked it. I was surprised. I was kind of didn't know if it would get deleted or not allowed to be seen or what. But it's there and was liked. So anyways, but I'll let you go on with that. So anyways. What else we got? I don't know. I sent you, I don't know how many different emails for your show prep. So in case you got a little thin, there was one there, I guess, Wes Moore has got an issue with President Trump with the National Guard. Of course, Wes Moore is the governor of Maryland at this point, a Democrat governor. And, but in the states you listed for the National Guard going to, I didn't hear you mention Maryland. So I didn't know if I missed it. Or
Baltimore's in the mix. You got the mayor up there. He's spouting off. He's running off at the mouth.
Yeah, well, don't forget there. President Trump said the first time there that Baltimore was one of them asshole cities, rat infested.
Right. All
that, which he's pretty accurate in his depiction of what it was there. So, anyways, but I don't know. There was something on space there. Forgot what it was now. And there was a couple other emails there I thought you might have found interesting for news bits. So, but other than that, why does Knucklebuster not realize that you're in Cincinnati? I mean, he asked you what the temperature was in Memphis. I mean, if you're going to step out the door and check the temperature, he's got to, doesn't he realize you're in Cincinnati there? I don't know.
Yes, he does. Yeah, we're a lot cooler. We're at 58, and he's at 72 in Memphis. So it's getting cool out there at night.
Well, to Semper Fi, Knucklebuster, and Truck and Phil and all them, I am going by Quantico right now with the Marine Corps Museum shining bright in the night, and it is 71 degrees here. So Quantico, Virginia. But anyway, so I guess we'll throw that out for you. I don't know what else. Not a whole lot. Kind of a busy weekend. Fire truck went to a muster on Saturday. We did a little car show yesterday and impromptu. They call it Cars for Coffee. Kind of you get 50, 100 cars show up at these locations, and it's kind of almost like a, I don't know. It's just kind of an impromptu thing, They got a couple locations they do at plazas and coffee shops and stuff that they happen to kind of on a reoccurring basis, whether it's weekly or monthly.
Mm-hmm.
And
well, we have to pause there. Hold the thought. But first, operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com to learn more.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Russia's foreign minister says there's no meeting planned between President Vladimir Putin and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. In an interview with NBC's Meet the Press, Sergei Lavrov says while Russia is prepared to meet, a major obstacle remains.
Putin is ready to meet with Zelensky when the agenda would be ready for a summit. And this agenda is not ready at all.
His comments come after President Trump said he had sort of set up a meeting between the two leaders. Trump recently met with Zelensky and European leaders at the White House. The president has been pushing for a peace deal to end the 3.5-year-old war, which began when Russia launched a massive invasion of its neighbor. President Trump says he'll know in 2 weeks if he made any progress in bringing peace to Ukraine.
2 weeks, we're going to find out which way it's going to go, and I better be very happy.
Trump has attempted to broker a peace deal, meeting with Russia's Vladimir Putin, then with Ukraine's Zelensky and U.S. European allies. Friday from the White House, Trump was asked about new Russian strikes against Ukraine and said he wasn't happy about anything with the war. I'm Lisa Carton.
President Trump's border czar is defiant after a federal judge ordered the closure of Florida's SoCal so-called Alligator Alcatraz.
The federal court ordered the immigrant detention center at the Florida Everglades to close within 60 days. Border czar Tom Holman tells News Nation, though, the order is not going to stop the operations of Immigration and Customs Enforcement and that federal authorities will continue making arrests. The judge in the case said state and federal authorities broke several environmental laws as they raced to build the detention center. State officials in Florida have appealed the injunction. I'm Scott Carr.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gasoline is $3.15. Mono County, California is up to $5.81, while Simpson County, Mississippi is down to $2.50. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
New Mexico officials remain on high alert.
The reason is the drug activity in Doña Ana County. That's why the high-intensity drug trafficking area for New Mexico issued a drug alert for the Las Cruces area. This comes after 2 recent fatal overdoses and more than a handful as of late. Officials believe fentanyl was the common denominator in many of the cases. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Gas prices are expected to remain low for the upcoming Labor Day weekend.
AAA says the national average for a gallon of regular should stay below last year's average of $3.33 and should remain relatively low for the rest of the summer as long as Gulf Coast refineries are not hit by hurricanes. The vice president of AAA Travel says the top destination cities of the holiday weekend this year are Seattle and Vancouver, British Columbia, both port cities for Alaska cruises. I'm Monica Nelson.
A new survey from a retirement services provider shows Americans are not all that realistic when it comes to financial milestones.
Empower asked nearly 1,000 Americans to set target ages for 6 life milestones: retirement saving, landing a dream job, earning 6 figures, buying a home, becoming debt-free, and retiring. Most people said the age to start saving for retirement is 27, and landing your dream job should happen at 29. Respondents said you should earn 6 figures by 35, buy your first home at 30, become debt-free at 41, and retire at 58. I'm Rob Martier.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Now, don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
right, we'll see if we can't get to some of our tariff updates this hour. Meanwhile, going to get back and finish up with horse feathers here. So all said, not a bad weekend, huh?
Yeah, no, everything went good there. So actually, even the one guy that usually spearheads the whole thing was at another car show doing something different. So I don't know. He put like 3 people who were supposed to be in charge of this cars and coffee thing, and somehow or another he mentioned my name in it. And this guy usually walks around and does a live, and this guy is like a car encyclopedia on sneakers. He walks around and he can pretty much tell you everything about every vehicle sitting in a lot, and he'll do this little live video. And so anyways, I said, well, I'm not doing this as good as Jack will ever do it, but I'll go around and show you a video of everything that's here, and anybody has any commentary there, just sing along in the background, because pretty much me, I'm going to be like, yep, this car is red with black round wheels, and this car is blue with black round wheels, and I don't know. I'm not that much of a, I don't know. Never was, able to keep up with every car and everything that goes on and all the things inside, underneath, and all the high performance stuff. It's been fun to have somebody like Kyle or Josh or somebody there walking around with you to kind of explain what everything is and how all that stuff works. Mm-hmm. But anyway, so we had a lot of fun and got a couple decent comments on that. So I guess I didn't do things too terrible. So maybe it'll continue. The tradition will carry on there, and I won't have ruined it for everybody. but anyways, there. So we had a good time. Hey, listening to your news here real quick. Have you listened to this deal there where they're talking about what people are saying about what age, all these different life events should happen at?
Yeah, I caught that. I mean, that sounds mighty fine, doesn't it? I guess I did it all wrong.
When did you start making 6 figures, Your Honor?
Right.
And now, is that like in, all together? I mean, is that like, a cumulative type thing that, from 18 to 35, you've made 6 figures, or how's that supposed to work?
Yeah.
And are you going to retire at 58? Wait a minute. I guess I can't ask that anymore, can I, huh? What?
Done missed that date.
Yeah. All right. So, but anyways, yeah, there's a few other things in there. So, but hey, one last thing there. I did see. I don't know if I sent it to you or not. There, the Subaru there. They've, I guess they've done some updates and upgraded their Subaru Outback. That's your car of choice here lately, isn't it? The last couple,
right? Yeah.
The Subaru Outback.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess with the updates they've done, they've made the price go with the updates. You might want to check out, see if you're going to get another Outback. I don't know. Maybe you can tell us what the price is on the 2026 Outback, and maybe what the upgrades are they've done to it. Maybe it's like the George Jetson thing now. Maybe when you get out, you push the button on the door handle there, it folds up into a briefcase so you can take it into the office with you. I don't know.
Okay.
But, hey, with all that nonsense, you got to let you go out and do some due diligence, because this ain't getting anywhere fast here.
All right. Well, have a good morning. Thanks for checking in. See if Eagle's hanging in there. Back at it on a Monday. What's happening, Eagle?
Hello?
There you are.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I'm here now. Telephone reception problem. Let me see what time it is right quick, okay. Yeah, I actually can turn the truck off tonight where I'm located at. Don't have to run the air conditioner, so that's good. That's good. Don't have to listen to the truck idling all night long, so it's starting to cool off a little bit. You can tell it's getting ready to be September in a couple of days, and football season gets started, get kicked off in a couple of weeks. Next Thursday, as a matter of fact. What the hell is that? Yeah, next Thursday, the football season kicks off. So Dallas Cowboys and Philadelphia. Should be a pretty good ball game. I'm not sure where they play in that game, man. I think it's in Philadelphia, but yeah, I'll definitely be watching that and see what happens. Before I get into politics, I want to talk about the NASCAR race on Saturday. That was wasn't the outcome that I wanted, but with Blaney winning, he came out of nowhere, and it looked like how they got through there without having a major accident on the last two laps. When they got the white flag, I didn't think they would make it back around for the last lap. I thought somebody was going airborne or something, but they made it back around. I don't know how, but he came out of nowhere. He was on the outside, and I don't know how he was blocking people. He lucky somebody didn't clip him when he tried to block coming down the curb straight. Luckily, he got through that and ended up winning. When it looked like somebody else was going to win the race, and he ended up coming out with the trophy at the end. Like I said, it was a wild race. Better than the one. I think it was better than the one they had, earlier in the year. It was definitely a better race. This time, a lot of the top contenders got took out in the beginning of the race.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the big names, some of the big names, Denny Hamlin, one of the best, probably one of the better restricted plate drivers. He got his car all tore up, and another guy, Bubba Wallace, he got tore up. He was involved in that accident too, so he was out of the race. And Alex Bowman, he's the man that ended up being the last guy. He got tore up, but he got luckily he still stayed in because it wasn't a first-time winner. So he was able to still get in the final spot, even though he didn't finish the race. So it turned out to be a good race in Daytona. And now they're going to they're going to Darlington, South Carolina this week. Yeah, it should be a good race to see what happens. See what happens in Darlington this week. It should be an interesting race. But getting to the other thing right quick. What the hell is this? We're getting close to the bottom of the hour. Yeah, getting close to the politics thing. It looks like Donald Trump is going to do his thing. He's already done his deal in Washington. Now he's talking about Chicago, going to Chicago with some of his enforcement. And then maybe some other cities, but I think Memphis. I think he's making a mistake this time. I think he needs to hit Memphis before he hits Chicago. Memphis is way more out of control than Chicago is. Never thought I would say that, but it's true. Memphis is totally out of line right now, Steve, with the crime that they got going on. The kids out of control, going into convenience stores, shooting clerks, doing the whole deal. Old ladies, robbing old ladies. Memphis is totally out of control. They need to have some type of action in Memphis in real soon. Because too many people are getting killed in Memphis, and that's another city run by the Democrats, unfortunately. So, like I say, it looks like if you go down the list of the names of most of the cities that are out of control, Steve, in the U.S., you'll notice the one interesting thing, and that's most of those cities have Democratic mayors and leaders, because these people seem to think that they don't need cut back on law enforcement. They're too ignorant, stupid to realize that just brings on more crime. The less enforcement you have, the more crime you have. But they haven't figured that out yet. But like I said, that's what he needs to focus on in the upcoming weeks. If he does plan on bringing in the National Guard. And, another city, that needs to be on that list. He called them out, is Baltimore, Maryland. Baltimore, Maryland has been bad for a long time. It ain't something new. Anybody that's driven a truck knows about the Baltimore area and Philadelphia. Like I say, you could just name. I'd be talking all night long, Steve, about the names of these different cities and towns around America that are completely out of line. And they need to get some type of control. Not the whole damn city, but certain areas where the crime is going on. They need to have people on the street because these people don't know how to conduct themselves in a civilized manner. That's the way that's what I'm thinking, and that's what a lot of other people are thinking. Nobody's talking about taking over the whole damn city, but they need to go into certain areas where crime is out of control. And hopefully Donald Trump will hit these cities, and hopefully Memphis is next on his list. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, yeah. I mean, well, they get 19 states in total. And, of course, every state has their big city problems. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, rolling into a Monday.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, we head down to the Sunshine State. Rolling into a brand new day. Morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. How you doing today?
Greatest day of the week. Here we go. Back to the old grind.
Yeah, I hear that. I kind of feel your pain on that vanity sink thing. I had that happen to me one time. I ended up calling a plumber. It's just a pain to get in there to get things.
Yep.
So I understand your pain with that vanity sink. Well, they didn't get her off yesterday. I scrubbed it. They had some, some ground support equipment they were having some issues with. So I'm not sure when they're going to try. I haven't heard if they had another date set yet. We'll see how she works out there. And are you seeing that storm come across the bottom down by the Caribbean there, Steve?
Yeah, I guess it's got a name, but no concerns about that, right? It's all going to pretty much go due north or something?
Yeah, it's the big thing is there's a lot of stuff that's going to tear it apart. The upper winds, the turbulence, and all that stuff's going to tear it apart. But the big thing to look at the weather over the United States right now, and if you look at the forecast models, there's a lot of them that are saying that there's going to be a lot of high pressure over us. And I noticed that yesterday when I looked at the GFS and the Euro model and CMC and Icon. A lot of those models are showing that there's a lot of high pressure that's going to be over the United States. And that's a good thing, but it's also a bad thing. When you have that high pressure, you're going to bring a lot of heat into the action. And we don't need that with like what's going on in California right now with fires. You know, and that's the price you pay when you have that. You either have these storms or you're going to have fires or dryness, all that kind of stuff going on. So we just got to sit back and pay attention to what's going on. And right now it's 79 degrees where I'm at. I know what's going on where I'm at here, buddy. I saw an interesting thing on 60 Minutes over the night. And do you know a gentleman named Parker Lucky, Steve?
Doesn't ring a bell.
Okay, Parker Lucky is the guy who worked on this VR thing. He's a billionaire. He sold his VR setup to Facebook and then worked for Facebook, got fired from Facebook, started his own company, and he has this company that's pretty interesting. He's a defense contractor, and he builds autonomous defense vehicles. So anything that's like a drone, could be a sub, could be a fighter jet, could be, security setups as far as trying to, surveillance and whatnot. He's into it. He's just as big as any of the top 5 guys that are out there. They showed a submarine that he had that was as big as a bus that he's selling to Australia that they're going to use to defend their country and monitor their waters. This submarine will. They showed one of his jets that it almost looks like a mini F-16 without a cockpit. So it's basically a drone. And this thing is amazing. It's huge. So we're getting into a lot of different setup with warfare now. And it's going to be going a different way. And with all this AI stuff, did you hear about XAI, Steve? The one that Elon's got going on, his AI setup for his company now. He's got XAI, and they're using the Chinese to help them develop that. And it's getting out there. You put that with this defense system, and it's going to be kind of crazy out there. I mean, we watched The Terminator, and we thought that was cute and all that stuff, but you know what? It might come to fruition. And as far as what's going on with going from city to city, when you get to the bigger cities like Chicago and New York, we have a lot of gang activity. We have a lot of things going on that in different places that it's uncontrollable. There's so much expanse of land and things going on that you can't get a hold of everything at once. And that's the problem they're going to have. If they think they're just going to bring a military in there and do it, it ain't going to happen. And it makes you wonder. I mean, shoot, even Grady Judd had a big bust down here a couple of days ago with the drug deal and the gangs in Bartow, Florida. So, Steve, I got to ask your opinion on something. When you walk from one side of the street to the other across the crosswalk, do you look down and do you care what that crosswalk is going to be, color it is going to be?
I can't say that I pay attention to the crosswalk, no.
Okay. Well, you know about the Pulse nightclub situation down here, right? Remember that?
Yeah, what do you have what is it, like some rainbow-colored crosswalks or something? I've seen in the headlines something about that.
Yeah, they're having a big issue down here right now is they had a rainbow-colored crosswalk that went from one side. It's a side street. It wasn't even on a major street. It's on a side street. And they painted it rainbow color. And the state DOT, there's a big argument between the state and everybody, protesters. They took the rainbow away and painted it black. And they said the reason why they did that was because it is a traffic control device and it has to meet a certain standard to be a traffic control device. So the governor had them painted. They've painted it twice now. We're actually paying the Florida Highway Patrol, and you're going to laugh when I tell you this, to stay across the street from the pulse at a Dunkin' Donuts and watch this crosswalk so nobody goes out there and paints it again, protesters. Wow. So what have we got to, folks? It's a controlled device for traffic. If, it's great and all that kind of stuff. I understand art, and I get that, but there's some kind of instances where art has to take kind of a back seat to things that are regulated, like the stripes on the street are, different things. I mean, we're having to paint interstate numbers on the street now to let people know where the interstate is for driving. I mean, how many places have you seen the big interstate sign on the center telling you which way it is to turn to go to the interstate?
Mm-hmm.
Because people are not looking at the regular signs. And it makes you wonder what people are thinking about. What's your feelings on it, Steve? Do you think it just needs to be, like a mandated device, or do you think that the art thing should be brought into it for the street?
To me, I think it's all just blown out of proportion. It's the whole LGBT thing, right? That's what the rainbow crosswalk.
It makes you wonder. So, but I see you're coming up on that time, and I'm going to get going. So y'all have a good day, and that's food for thought. Y'all have a good day. Thank you, buddy.
All right. As always, yep. Get that new week underway. Off to work we go. 844-844-3388. Transatlantic trade relations getting set for a shake-up with the U.S. and the European Union announcing details of a trade deal late last week. The framework on an agreement on reciprocal, fair, and balanced trade. Details coming up here as we roll into a Monday. For 2 decades, Transport Enterprise Leasing has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tell360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Republicans are trying to balance out the scales a little bit for basic fairness.
Vice President J.D. Vance is defending the new congressional map recently approved by the Texas Senate. Appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, Vance claimed that Democratic gerrymandering has made these redistricting efforts necessary.
All we're doing, frankly, is trying to make the situation a little bit more fair on a national scale. The Democrats have gerrymandered their states really aggressively. We think there are opportunities to push back against that, and that's really all we're doing.
The Texas Tribune says the map was adopted early Saturday on party lines over fierce Democratic opposition. President Trump has called for the new map to increase the House majority ahead of the midterm elections. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gasoline is $3.15. Mono County, California is up to $5.81, while Simpson County, Mississippi is down to $2.50. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love Medi-Share and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, that was some positive news as we rolled into the weekend, which once again sent the stock market to new record highs. And that was the agreement announcement between the U.S. and the European Union. Under the agreement, the European Union will eliminate tariffs on all U.S. industrial goods and provide preferential market access for numerous American agriculture products, including tree nuts, dairy, fruits, vegetables, and meat. In exchange, the U.S. commits to applying a maximum 15% tariff rate on most European Union goods. Certain exceptions receiving only most favored nation treatment. This framework agreement represents a concrete demonstration of our commitment to fair, balanced, and mutually beneficial trade and investments according to the joint announcement from the U.S. and European Union. Reflects acknowledgement by the European Union of the concerns of the United States and our joint determination to resolve our trade imbalances. Now, reaction to the news kind of mixed across the Atlantic. U.S.-European Union trade deal sealed today. U.S. gained offensive market access. Yeah, the European Union settled for defensive ceilings. There were some positives for the Europeans. The EU is the only U.S. trade partner worldwide with an all-inclusive tariff ceiling. According to Ursula von der Leyen, president of the commission there, on the American side, reactions were positive. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said the America First trade agenda has secured the most important trading partner, a major win for the American workers, U.S. industries, and national security. Tariffs should be one of America's favorite words right now. Big part of the agreement centers on energy and technology provisions. The EU pledging to procure approximately $750 billion in U.S. liquefied natural gas, oil, and nuclear energy products through 2028, plus an additional $40 billion in American artificial intelligence chips for computing centers. Beyond tariffs, both sides commit to addressing non-tariff barriers through mutual recognition of automobile standards and enhanced technical cooperation. You know, things are getting done, positive things, the gloom and doom. All the naysayers are being again proven incorrect. And that in itself should be a big boosting factor in the Fed chairman's decision where he alluded last week to a rate cut coming next month. Good morning, Daryl. How are we doing on this Monday?
Good morning, Steve. How's the family and how's Lieutenant Stryker?
Lieutenant Stryker's doing well. The family doing well. How about yourself?
Well, I've been traveling. I went down to Lebanon, Tennessee, home of Cracker Barrel, and drove through the Cracker Barrel College and stayed with my nephew who ran the Cracker Barrel warehouse for a while.
Mm-hmm.
It was the home of the Wilson County Fair, the largest county fair in the United States. And Tennessee, Nashville had brought over part of their fair, state fair, and made it even larger. And then I got word that my cousin had passed away in Fayetteville, Arkansas, so the place where I stayed, the lady used to be a traveler for Lay's potato chips, and she said she'd been to every airport in the United States. So she sat down and helped me buy an airplane ticket from Cincinnati to XNA Airport in near Bentonville, Arkansas.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't know they had an airport over there. It's out in the middle of nowhere, a little two-lane paved road going out to it. And it's a Walmart airport.
Wow.
And it's about 5 miles from Bentonville. And then I rented me a car, and I have friends in Fort Smith, and I decided to drive over there and visit them. And, man, they've built a interstate highway called I-49 that is the most beautiful drive that I've gone anywhere in a long time. But Philip was talking about those markers that they put on the pavement, and for an out-of-state driver and one that's not familiar with the highway, those things are a godsend. I got on one and I couldn't figure out where in the world I was going, but it spit me back out on an exit right back out on the interstate. And if I'd followed the lane next to it, which I thought was the correct lane, I would have gone right back around. So they're helpful for people that are not familiar with the highway.
Mm-hmm.
But the speed limit in Arkansas on those highways is 75, and for the semi-trucks, it's 70. And when you're going out west, you can make good time. Did you get your swimming pool ready to shut down, or are you still enjoying it?
Oh, it's I've got it all clean, but I'm thinking I got to get a new cover. I got to get a new cover here in the next week. Next weekend, Labor Day weekend, to shut her down, right?
Well, I noticed leaves are falling.
Yes, that is correct.
I'm nowhere near ready for fall.
Yep.
But it seems that somebody's been messing with my temperature, and a long sleeve shirt felt kind of good yesterday morning.
And there's more where that came from.
How's Evel Knievel doing in school?
Well, New Year is underway. He says he's liking the school, so that's good.
Well, that's great. You keep that young man busy, and he'll grow up to thank you.
All right.
I'll let you go. Have a great week, Steve.
Thank you for checking in there, Daryl. And, oh, by the way, I've got, I took your number down last week. I know you asked. I'll get that to you here one of these days.
Yeah.
Mr. Procrastination here.
I want to send that young man a gift.
Okay, thank you. All right, have a good morning, Daryl. Yeah, I got the little note, Post-it note, Daryl for Avery. I got to get him an address. It is 844-844-3388. There was other tariff news. Canada is dropping many of its 25% tariffs on goods made in the U.S. Change will be taking effect on September 1, next Monday, according to the Prime Minister. Tariffs on vehicles, steel, and aluminum will remain in place. President Trump, of course, in July initially imposed a 35% tariff on Canadian goods. Now, they've been trying to negotiate a deal, but so far have failed to reach an agreement before the U.S. imposed deadline of August 1. White House official says the announcement from Carney was well overdue. We look forward to continuing our discussions with Canada on the administration's trade and national security concerns. Now, Carney told Canadians about 85% of goods being traded with the U.S. are still tariff-free, as they're subject to the U.S.-Mexico-Canada Free Trade Agreement. As we work to address some of the outstanding trade issues, it's important we do everything we can to preserve this unique advantage for Canadian workers and their families. A round of tariffs of various levels imposed by Trump on several countries took effect earlier this month. And we touched on the European trade deal just a few minutes ago. So more progress being made. All right, let me see. Lest I forget, I had pulled up. Sitting here, got a message from a listening friend over the weekend. She sent me a Facebook Messenger link, and I was not aware. So I had shared that over the weekend. Our old friend Tom Bigby, former weekend host, my cohort in crime at my previous radio gig, you know what I mean, who had been diagnosed with lung cancer. The years have flown by. I bet it's probably been 10-plus years, hadn't it? Yeah, because he had the lung cancer diagnosis. He went through the treatment. He was cancer-free for an extended period of time. And Polly shared an update. And they got some not the kind of news you want to get. Great news, she said, is the VA has approved the radiation and chemo to be done at the new St. Elizabeth Cancer Center in Greendale. So that's, I guess, a lot closer to where they're living there. So it'll be much easier on them. And to our surprise, his first cancer doctor, which we actually just loved, is the cancer doctor there. So that was a wonderful sign for us. But now for the rest of the story. Let me emphasize that in December, his CAT scan said there was no cancer. Per the cancer doctor, Dave came down with a new cough, a very severe cough. New CAT scan showed tumors in liver, lungs, and small ones in brain. So this is a fast-growing cancer. We went to St. Elizabeth yesterday to get everything started. They have to do radiation on the brain first, so his white blood count doesn't drop too low. They're going to do pinpoint radiation. And since it's already been a month since the last MRI through the VA, yes, they do move slowly. We now have to go to the Edgewood campus to have it done. Now, the MRI will be Tuesday, and Wednesday will be the CT simulator to get accurate markings to make the mask for treatment. And then we'll find out how many treatments for radiation. It'll be between 1 and 5. We'll see how long he has to wait then before he can begin chemo. Our concerns has been the wait with everything and how quickly this is growing. Hopefully, everything will start moving smoothly. We have been greatly moved with everyone's kind words, so please keep... His real name is Dave Barrett, for those that are familiar. Tom Bigby was his radio name. Given that many, many years ago from one of his fellow broadcasters. But so prayers for Dave. She said his biggest fight is ahead. I'm trying to keep him going. And love to all. So prayers for Tom Bigby there, back to battle another round of cancer. Let's hope for the best. Miracles do still happen. It's 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, rolling into a Monday as we head toward the midnight hour on the West Coast. We'll all be on the same page there. 25th day of August. Let me see who we got. Would that be the Dingbat, I do believe?
Yippers, it is.
Yes, indeed. How the heck are you?
Doing good. You tell that Kroger driver he needs to come home. I need my groceries by tomorrow.
Okay.
Oh, that's right. He's a Tennessee fan. He's going to be behind anyway. That's right. But I want to give feedback on what Eagle said. Yes, Memphis is getting out of hand. Am I proud that I'm from Memphis? Yes. But the crime is outrageous, really outrageous. But it's something called a repeating offender. I hate to brag about myself. I was one. I've not been locked up in 12 years. However, just recently, I think probably in the middle of June, don't quote me on it, but the jails were filled up. What did they do? Oh, let's just give them an ROR. Oh, they got a murder, do an ROR. The jails are filling up. Where are they going to put them?
Mm-hmm.
Just release them, and they're going to do it once again, repeated offender.
Right.
So far, Trump is not here in Memphis right now, per se. We can say that. Right now, he's in St. Louis. He is going to try that thing he's trying to do with the National Guard. Well, next thing you know, it's going to be probably Murphy's Law. Who knows? But, yes, Memphis is number one on the crime rate because we got homicide, murders. Do I need to say any more?
Right.
I mean, it's sad. It's sad. But, it's outrageous. I mean, like we always say, on the 4th of July and the New Year's Eve day, is it a gunshot or a firework?
Mm-hmm.
That's how bad it is.
Mm-hmm.
But, it's just sad that my hometown has gone ballistic over this crime. Can we stop it? No. No offense, Pappy. Our police department's kind of fishy on some things like that. But it's just crazy. Our city is like this. But, I think Memphis is number one on the crime, St. Louis, and Baltimore. I mean, we can't help the crime. We just got to do it one person at a time and hope they don't become a repeating offender. But like I said, they'll do an ROR on a murder charge. I mean, just recently, the Young Golf mastermind guy just got off on non-guilty charges. Why his co-defendant got 2 life sentences and an extra 221 years, which is crazy. That's how Tennessee State's judge systems, the court is. It's crazy out there.
So obviously, Brain Dead's told me you got a lot of gang activity, and that's the crime is the drugs and the gangs.
I mean, it's everywhere you go. It could be at your front door and you don't know it. I mean, I hate to say this. I mean, have you ever seen the movie The Blind Side?
Yes, I have. Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's a wonderful story. Wonderful movie. Anybody's seen it? But it starts, like in the house of the family. I'm not going to talk about my family. My family's wonderful. It's just I just hung out with the wrong people. Let's just say it that way.
Mm-hmm.
But it starts in the family. But you can't stop crime at blinking of an eye. It's going to take time. Like I said before, it's going to start in the house. What's going to be next? We don't know. So, it's just crazy.
Well, interesting times we live in, to say the least. But the crime has really ramped up, it seems, over the, really in the last, especially since the defund the police movement. So many cities went the wrong direction.
Yes.
Yep.
Right. I totally agree. But it's like I said, my hometown's acting out. I hate to say it that way, but it's going to be crazy more and more. Schools in session. Just recently, we just started our high school football games, right? 3 students got detained. 7 students got hospitalized. Well, where did that start from? A high school. It's not adults. It's high school students. When I was in high school, we never thought of bring a gun to school or anything like that. Back then, we were trying to hide cell phones to make sure we don't get
right.
text in it or whatever like that. Now it's like metal detectors everywhere you go, even to a football game or maybe to a prom. But what's next? Make sure we don't have metal detectors in a classroom, which I don't want to speak in existence like that, but who knows?
You know, high school football kicked off in our town over the weekend. I don't know. I had received a message from Pappy, who was actually working this weekend. He was kind of filling me in. There were actually two different games taking place in town where brawls broke out. Yeah, it's unprecedented. And, of course, there have been some high school football games where shots ringing out. It's like, what's going on with the youth in this day and age? All right, it is 844-844-3388. About a minute before news break here. Let me real quick check on some of our travelers' weather. We mentioned things were pretty active here earlier this evening. Out the monsoon season out west toward the Four Corners region. Yeah, there's going to be a potentially longer-lasting, more significant flood threat coming our way that may begin on Wednesday of this week. Yeah, this is when the flow from both the Pacific and the Gulf are going to enhance the rainfall. Multiple rounds of rain expected. Yeah, some of the same locations will be targeted. The overall area will be larger later this week. So places further to the east that may have very little or no rain here Monday or Tuesday may actually get drenched later this week. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries is hinting about the possibility of mobilizing redistricting efforts in more blue states. During an interview with CNN's State of the Union, Jeffries says Democrats could be ready if more Republican-led states aim to redraw maps in their favor.
We will continue to respond when necessary across the country. Right now, this has happened in Texas. California has responded. Let's see what comes next.
His comments come after the Texas Senate approved a new congressional map that would likely give the GOP 5 more seats in the House. Just days before that approval, California Governor Gavin Newsom signed a measure that calls for a special election, aiming to redraw state maps that would most likely give Democrats 5 additional House seats. The statewide vote would be held in November. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is firing the director of the Defense Intelligence Agency.
Several reports say Lieutenant General Jeffrey Cruz will no longer serve as the director of the Pentagon's main intelligence wing. The Washington Post reports the firing follows a preliminary assessment from the agency in June of the U.S. military strikes against Iran, which prompted strong backlash from the Trump administration after the report assessed Iran's nuclear capabilities had been set back by only a matter of months, in contrast to Hegseth's and President Donald Trump's statements that their capabilities had been obliterated. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
The Trump administration can move forward with pulling hundreds of millions of dollars in National Institutes of Health grants linked to diversity initiatives following a Supreme Court ruling on Thursday.
The 5-4 decision in part reversed a lower court ruling that canceling the funds was illegal. 5 of the court's conservative justices ruled in favor of the administration, accusing the lower court of defying an earlier Supreme Court ruling that allowed the administration to cancel grants. Chief Justice John Roberts joined the liberal justices in opposition. I'm Michael Kastner.
From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
The State Fair of Texas announced this year's Big Tex Choice Awards.
50 vendors entered 76 different dishes into the competition, and the 4 top awards were just announced. The Best Taste Savory winner was the Crab and Mozzarella Arancini, while Best Taste Sweet went to Chill and Thrill Delight. Best Taste Sipper was awarded to the Cookie Chaos Milkshake, while the Most Creative Award went to the Wagyu Bacon Cheeseburger Deviled Egg Sliders. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Nearly half of California voters support Governor Gavin Newsom's redistricting efforts.
The governor is seeking to secure Democratic congressional seats before the midterm elections, and a new poll from the University of California, Berkeley's Institute of Governmental Studies found 48% of voters were in favor of the move. Survey results also found that 32% of respondents were against it, and about 20% say they were undecided. The vote on the measure is scheduled to take place on November 4th. I'm Chris Coraggio.
Steak and Shake is weighing in on the Cracker Barrel logo controversy.
The Cracker Barrel logo used to show an older man sitting next to the barrel. But on Tuesday, the restaurant chain unveiled a new logo without the classic image. The rebrand caught the attention of their competitor, Steak and Shake, which posted on social media that Cracker Barrel was eliminating their heritage from their logo. Known for its mismatched, somewhat cluttered decor, the remodeled restaurants now feature a streamlined, modern farmhouse vibe. Despite the swift, harsh feedback online, the company's CEO says people like what we're doing. I'm Monica Nelson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mild. after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, it looks like we've got us a Monday. Greatest day of the week, 25th day of August, as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours. And I know Eagle had some thoughts in regards to what's going on with Russia, Putin, Ukraine. At the moment, things really don't appear to be going according to plan. A week ago at this time, 1 week ago today, we had Zelensky flying here into the U.S., meeting with the president, European leaders. Things really appeared to be making forward progress to some sort of a formal agreement. Here's where we stand today. The former National Security Council Chief of Staff under President Trump this past day said NATO will likely not comply with Vladimir Putin's demands regarding Ukraine's future. His list of concessions from Kyiv reportedly includes ceding the eastern Donbas region, formally abandoning ambitions to join NATO, prohibiting Western troops from being stationed in the country, and actually allowing Russia a role in determining Ukraine's security guarantees. He said, I don't think NATO membership's on the table right now, but Hungary's going to veto that. It has to be a unanimous vote. There's a deadlock between the idea of some type of security guarantee force that would be composed of European ground troops and a territory swap, who also dismissed Moscow's call for Ukraine to be demilitarized or blocked from receiving military aid. That's off the table, he said. Russia's not going to participate in a security force to prevent Russia from invading. That makes no sense. That can't be a serious proposal. Now, some of their demands can be negotiated. He said, I think there could be a deployment of peacekeeping forces of neutral troops. Yeah, but this is assuming Putin actually wants peace. Now, I think Trump's coming to the conclusion that he actually doesn't. And I think in about 2 weeks, we're going to see the imposition of very tough energy and then economic sanctions against Russia. And he also cautioned against actually trusting Putin. At heart, he is a lifetime hardcore Soviet KGB agent. Soviet Union collapsed. The KGB changed its name. This is who Putin is. From the very beginning, this war was an attack and war against Europe, the West, the United States. I mean, he sees the U.S. as an enemy. He pointed out to the rhetoric of Russian television advocating the use of nuclear weapons against Europe, the U.S., Ukraine. Yeah, believe him, he said. They say we're basically their enemy, and we're not. We want friendship. So President Trump's on the right track to look for a positive relationship. But it's Putin who has to come around, and not President Trump. And we can't trust him. The president also kind of alluding to taking it to the next level here, while the Pentagon has reportedly blocked Ukraine from using U.S.-made long-range missiles to strike targets in Russia. Yeah, that's part of the policy aimed at kind of nudging Moscow toward peace talks. But President Trump is now signaling a new approach. His public tone has shifted. Yeah, much like the body language that experts noted when they met in Alaska, where Trump went from excited at the beginning of the meeting to disappointed at the end of that summit with Putin. Yeah, Trump told reporters, he says, I'm not happy about it. I'm not happy about anything having to do with the war right now. I settled 7 wars, and actually, if you think about pre-wars, add 3 more, so it'd be 10. Yeah, I thought this would be in the middle of the pack in terms of difficulty. No, I am not happy about anything, nothing at all. We'll see what happens, but he's been saying, we'll see over the next 2 weeks. Man, we're going to find out which way this is going to go. And I better be happy. You know, he wrote last week, it's very hard, if not impossible, to win a war without attacking an invader's country. Yeah, now looking that Ukraine may be allowed to play offense and fight back. Yeah, kind of denouncing former President Biden's stifling their ability to strike targets inside Russia. Now, while the president warmly greeted Putin in Alaska, what turned out to be a stone-faced Trump declared no deal on a ceasefire. Just days of having warned of severe consequences if Putin didn't agree to a ceasefire. A previously undisclosed approval process requires Ukraine to seek Defense Department sign-off before using any ATACMS, that's Army Tactical Missile Systems. Notably, it's called ATACMS. So we're kind of getting confirmation. I guess Zelensky has to get our approval to launch any of these into Russia. We've been kind of thinking that, and they actually need our assistance, as Pappy brought up Friday morning, with coordinates to be able to even have these things hit targets. Now, on at least one occasion since late spring, Kyiv's request to use ATACMS has been denied. The Pentagon's Undersecretary for Policy gives Pete Hegseth apparently final authority on these matters. It also covers the use of long-range European systems that rely on U.S. targeting data, such as Britain's Storm Shadow cruise missile. Trump's been very clear that the war needs to end. Hegseth is working in lockstep with President Trump, though. So that was a little bit of, I guess, new information or confirmation, I guess you'd say, on some of what's taking place there. But all right, later on tonight for our friends along the East Coast there, stretching from, say, southern New Jersey, all the way down into east central portions and central portions of Virginia, North Carolina, the eastern portions of North Carolina, but much of Virginia, southeastern Pennsylvania, the Wallops Flight Center, as it's called, NASA's Wallops Flight Facility, is scheduled to launch some sounding rockets tonight. 10 p.m. Eastern Time is the target time. They say the window to launch would run from 10 p.m. The window would be open till 3 a.m. there Tuesday morning. Now, for those folks in those areas I just mentioned, in the mid-Atlantic, you may be able to catch a glimpse of the rockets, weather permitting. Now, it says the Wallops Visitor Center will not be open for launch viewing, but will maintain normal operating hours. So, shortly after the liftoff of the rockets, there's, again, 3 sounding rockets supposed to be launched this evening. So if you see something weird up in the sky, what is that? What's going on? It's not an alien invasion. It's us. All right, let me get Eagle back in here. I know he wanted to chime in a little bit more on Putin. And can't trust the guy, can you, Eagle?
No, I've been telling you that for weeks. But before I get to Putin situation, Steve, I wanted to say something about the woman that called in. I forgot her, from Memphis. You know, Steve, I don't like calling out people's, cities and towns when I called in. But, Memphis, I appreciate her agreeing with me, since that's where she comes from. I started my trucking career in Memphis 25 years ago. The first company I drove for was out of Memphis. And Memphis wasn't like that 25 years ago. I drove by the area. I was in Memphis area about a week or two ago. I drove through there in the area where I trained at. It's a damn shame the way that area looks. It's got boarded up apartments, crack, drug addicts, the whole deal, thugs and punks all over the streets. It's really a sad situation. If you ever go to Memphis, if I was an out of towner, Steve, somebody that was going to board an airplane, I would be scared. I would be scared to go into the area. The area that where the airport is located is in one of the worst areas in Memphis, off a street called Brooks Road. It's a damn shame the way that area looks. I'm saying a guy coming in from another country, just a tourist, they would probably be in shock as they were driving through that area to go to the airport. They'd probably afraid to get out of the car. Then somebody will hold you up at gunpoint. That's how bad it is in Memphis. Like I said, Memphis is totally out of control, and something needs to be done. And I'm not saying the whole city of Memphis, not the whole city of Memphis. There's some nice areas in Memphis. I've been to a lot of nice places in Memphis. I'm talking about certain targeted areas is where Donald Trump needs to put this National Guard to get things under control and get the troublemakers off the street so these people can live a normal life. That's what I'm talking about. Anybody think I'm lying? Just take a little short trip down to Memphis and get on Highway 78, better known as Arkadelphia Highway, and take a little ride up the road, and you'll see everything I just talked, from prostitutes to drug dealers to boarded up apartments. You'll see the whole deal. Just take a little trip down to Memphis, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Now, let me get on to the Vladimir Putin situation. Okay, now I told you this a long time ago, Steve. See, here's where Trump. Yeah, he tried to do the right thing with Vladimir Putin, but see, the right thing is the wrong thing with Putin. So you see, this guy here, he only knows things the hard way. The way you make a deal with Putin is, you don't tell him you got 2 weeks to try to make a deal or have your best behavior. No, you hit him hard. You hit him with the sanctions, and I bet you Vladimir Putin changed his whole attitude when he started losing money. When he started losing money from the oil revenues from all these other deals that he got going with other countries, when they start putting the hurt on these people, and it starts feeling in his economy and his country. Because see, right now he's not feeling no pain, so he's gonna continue doing what he's doing because Donald Trump is calling his bluff with this 2 week nonsense. Every couple of weeks, well, I'll give you 2 more weeks to control. You see what you got going on. See if you want to come to the table. He's not coming. Vladimir Putin not coming to the table until you put the foot up in him. Give him the boot. That's the only thing this guy knows. Because see, only reason he came. I told you this 2 weeks ago when he came to when he went to Alaska. The only reason he came to Alaska because he was trying to avoid the sanctions, and that Trump needs to go ahead on not 2 weeks from now, tomorrow. Put the sanctions on the guy. See, he already hit a U.S. facility last week. Whether it was done on purpose or not, I don't know. All I know is he hit a U.S. facility over there in Ukraine. And that's hurting U.S. business, and it doesn't need to happen. If he really wants to negotiate a deal, he damn sure don't want to be hit U.S. facilities when Donald Trump is trying to help the man. So at this point, I've lost all patience with Russia and Vladimir Putin, and I told you this before. Donald Trump needs to take a stand, Steve, and tell the man, you either go to the table. Here's another thing. I don't know if you talked about this today. One of the people, I don't know what his name is, he said today that they didn't even recognize Zelensky as the president of Ukraine. And I told you this before, that Vladimir Putin doesn't have no respect for that man. I think a hell will freeze over before Vladimir Putin sits down at the table with Zelensky, and that's the main thing that needs to happen if any deal is going to be conceived, is for these two people to sit at the table. And at this point, Steve, I'm willing to say that there's a 99.9% chance that Vladimir Putin will never sit down at a table with Zelensky across the table. So guess what that means? That means that the war will continue until Vladimir Putin get what he wants. And I thank you for taking my call.
There you go. All right, we'll get a quick timeout. Lines available at 844-844-3388.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All righty, 23 past the hour. Yeah, boy, has anybody had a belly full of Cracker Barrel talk? Holy moly. Yeah, social media just blasting the chain for the changes that are taking place. Meanwhile, Knucklebuster back on board. What's happening?
I know this is the loneliest hour, but I just had to chime in. One thing, I haven't eaten Cracker Barrel since the 90s, Steve. Tennessee and I went in there one time, and they served her some frozen pancakes, and that woman said, well, we just made them fresh. Yeah, right. They just got it fresh right out of the freezer, right? So I don't eat Cracker Barrel. It's not real. It's baloney food anyway there. So, well, does he even know what he's talking about? I don't know of a place that he hadn't been when he calls in there, Steve. Arkadelphia Highway, that's probably over in Arkansas. But US 78 in Memphis is Lamar Avenue, so I don't think he knows what he's talking about there. So I'll go anywhere in Memphis. I won't care. They don't bother me. I'll make sure I got my water blaster and a dog in the truck with me. So, and Ziggy's he's a people friendly dog, so he don't go with me there. I'm not worried about him over there. They right across from my yard there, you hear gunfire over there in that apartment complex over there. But I just, as long as they stay over on that side of the street, I don't care. They can stay over there all day shooting each other. when they kill each other, I'll be glad they're all gone there, right? Well, enough of all that. Oh, yeah. He said college that football was going to start this weekend. It started last weekend there, State.
We had our first games over the weekend. Yeah.
Well, the Cowboys and the Eagles are going to be playing Thursday there. We're going to start the NFL too this Thursday there, so I'm looking forward to that. Thinking we're going to get any of those 6 choice coming out on the field. I don't know. We'll see. France announced they've released quarterback Tyler Huntley. He's not going. He was a Pro Bowler. He's not going to be playing. But they're going to keep the rest of them, even though what's his name, Sanders, something like that. Well, the FBI out there in Los Angeles posted a reminder on X, formerly Twitter, right? That Phantom Hacker Scam. I don't know what that is, but all I know is if it's too good to be true, I don't mess with it. And when they send me messages about, we're going to suspend your license because you didn't pay a toll. Well, Tennessee ain't got no toll roads. And then you look at the number. If you look at the number, it's an overseas number, see?
Yep.
So,
yep.
So, well, I'm going to give a simplified shout-out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Steve Summers, and to Dave and Tom Bigby. I'm going to give him a Ferio too. So we'll even do horse feathers since he was over there by Quantico. Talk about Tennessee's old boss for a second. He was a Marine himself, Steve. Him and his work on S2P Motorsports, Susan and Tyson Oakman. And I want to give a shout out to Bryce Lucas Racing. He's an 18-year-old kid, see? 18-year-old. He runs that sprint car on the dirt track there. He can show them old men what it's done. He won the Chuck Wilson Memorial at Feather Motor Speedway up there in Quincy, Michigan, see? So he's tearing them old men up. Just, of course, at 18, you ain't worried about hurting yourself. You might get a scratch. I'll heal up there, right?
Yeah, that's.
Whereas I'm almost 68, so I ain't going out doing something dumb. So, all right. So y'all call Steve at 844-844-3388, and let's keep him busy tonight. It's a Monday morning. We're tired of all these phone lines not ringing, Steve. So,
all right.
We're kind of ring that long list.
All right. That'll be here before you know it. Of course, it will. Do not buy or lease another truck without first calling Tell. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call Tell at 866-404-6289 and use the promo code OVERNIGHT100.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Republicans are trying to balance out the scales a little bit for basic fairness.
Vice President J.D. Vance is defending the new congressional map recently approved by the Texas Senate. Appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, Vance claimed that Democratic gerrymandering has made these redistricting efforts necessary.
All we're doing, frankly, is trying to make the situation a little bit more fair on a national scale. The Democrats have gerrymandered their states really aggressively. We think there are opportunities to push back against that, and that's really all we're doing.
The Texas Tribune says the map was adopted early Saturday on party lines over fierce Democratic opposition. President Trump has called for the new map to increase the House majority ahead of the midterm elections. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gasoline is $3.15. Mono County, California is up to $5.81, while Simpson County, Mississippi is down to $2.50. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love Medi-Share and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Alrighty, pick it up where we left off there. A brand new day comes our way. First, hearing in the news all the talk about the redistricting in Texas. You hear the quotes from Hakeem Jeffries. Yeah, they're going to go to all the blue states are going to reciprocate, right? Here's something to keep in mind. when you look at the facts, the hypocritical talk coming from the Democrats, anytime you hear them complain about gerrymandering, take a look at the numbers here. There are 9 blue states with anywhere from as low as 32% to as high as 48% Republican voters that have 0 representation in the House. Yeah, you've got California, Illinois, New York, Maryland, New Jersey, Oregon, with anywhere from 34 to 46% Republican voters. Now, there are some Republicans, obviously, in those states. Yes, states with 0 seats. In the state of Massachusetts, 36% registered Republicans, 0 seats in the House. Connecticut, 42% registered Republicans, 0. Maine, 46%, 0 seats. Same with New Mexico, 46% Republican voters, 0 seats in the House. New Hampshire, 48% Republican, 0 seats. Rhode Island, with 42% Republican voters, 0 seats. Vermont, 0 seats. Hawaii, 38% Republican, 0 seats. Delaware, 42% Republican. You get the gist there? 0. California, 38% registered Republican, where they hold 9 of 52 seats in the House there. Illinois, 44% registered Republicans, but 3 out of 17 seats. In New York, 43% Republican, currently only 7 of 26 seats. Maryland, 34% Republican, 1 of 8 seats. New Jersey, 46% Republican. They only hold 3 of 12 seats. And lastly, Oregon, 41% Republicans, where they hold 1 of 6 seats in the House of Representatives. But they don't want to talk about that, do they? All right, Buckwheat, what's going on this morning? Happy Monday!
Yeah. Another day to go to work. Anyhow, yep. Yeah, I was just thinking here, I mean, nobody wants to be held accountable for, like, for the wrongs that they do. And they say it's too harsh of a penalty, with that truck driver that caused that accident down in Florida. And, and you got that 2 million people saying that the punishment's going to be too hard on him. It's like, I mean, the punishment is going to be hard on somebody. It's called a detriment for somebody to try to do it again, And if you keep watering down your punishment, that means people are going to try it, I mean, it's just rule of nature. And, yeah, I just feel that we're being too kind-hearted. But, yeah, like this weekend, I was out and about. My daughter, they were down at the beach, so I had to take care of their dogs. And I was coming down this road, and there's a rail trail that crosses this road. And I was watching my speed because I just went through a police officer setting up a speed trap. And so I was conscious about my speed, and I was approaching this rail trail. And I just I think it was the Holy Spirit leading me to slow down a little bit. So I went into cover position, put my foot on the brake a little bit. And here, I mean, the cornfield, you can't see the rail trail. And here, as I approached it, some guy on his bicycle comes flying out and never stopped. And I slammed on the brakes, and I got stopped. And all I could see was the top of his seat on his bicycle in front of the hood of my pickup truck. And I was like, man, you crazy idiot. I could have very easily wiped him out, and that would have made me feel pretty bad, even though he did something wrong.
I mean, you're supposed to stop, because I've been on that trail a lot, and there's signs there that tell people to stop before they come out on the road. But anyways, our church group had the whole weekend. This weekend we were at a campground, and I didn't say nothing about it last week, but because I was sort of concerned. This campground's right beside 222 there, and I know Horse Feathers comes up and down there pretty often, and I didn't want him to stop in there with Ward there and spray his fire hose there, and I'd be swimming like a spaceman there was a couple weeks ago. I was swimming out of my sleeping bags. But, yeah, we had a good time there. And on the Sunday morning service there, we had the campsite. We had a group come in. It's called Fresh Start, where they take a lot of men. Well, it's all men. And they have like a group home, and they try to teach them, to get over their addictions, whether it's drugs, alcohol, sexual addictions, and, make a positive difference to society. There's one guy that's sort of on the board of this group, and he had spent some time in jail. And, when you face the consequences for your actions, it can make a life change to your life. And, when people are trying to water down the punishments, that's not the right way of doing things, because, you don't face the consequences. And, when I disobeyed mom and dad and I was at home, well, I got my butt whipped, and they didn't want to do it. But, I mean, hey, when I got my butt whipped, I remember not to do that again, And, but yeah, it is, at this campsite there, my wife, she, sort of pulled a fast one on me there at Cream of Wheat. My son sort of, and his wife wanted to go out to eat and watch a movie without their children. And so she had them come over, and Saturday evening, we were babysitting my grandchildren there, and we had a high old time with them, playing on the playground equipment there at the campground. And then the campground had an old-fashioned tractor ride. We drove to the campground, up and over to this campground sits on top of there for the mountain. There's about 150 acres that they have up there. And, so we had a tractor ride and a wagon, and they didn't have no hay in the wagon, so we couldn't call it a hay ride. But, my grandchildren there, the one's 2 years old and the other one's not quite one. And, they were intrigued by it. The 2-year-old, he's a little skittish there. He wasn't so sure about this tractor there, but, he was a little scared. But anyhow, they all had a good time, and then they treated everybody with ice cream. You can get all the ice cream you want for free. The church paid for it, but, there was no ice cream for me, because getting the age I am, you start fighting diabetes and stuff like that. You can't have some of the treats that you once had when you were younger.
Right.
But, yeah, so anyhow, about that Cracker Barrel deal, Cream of Wheat there, she was a major supporter of Cracker Barrel, and I'd go anywhere and I'd say, hey, let's stop off at Cracker Barrel on the way. She was rightly a participant in the travel to get there, but she had told me under no certain terms that she'd go back to Cracker Barrel. And, so, they're not going to lose much money, but, they'll lose some. Ashton Mario Kart there, he liked to go through the gift shop, and he, come towards Halloween, he liked to see the spooky characters that they would bring out, and, he goes there, he has this thing he calls them skeletons, and, and he does these hand motions where he brings his arms up and lets his hands drop down and swing back and forth, and that's his sign for skeleton. But I guess we won't be going back there. But anyhow, I don't know why some people try to think they're going to improve something and they change stuff and it ain't broke if you don't fix it, but yeah, so anyhow, we're going up to New York City again today. We got pretty much a whole load of meat. We got some turkey meat, and we got a bunch of baby back ribs and ham and bacon, and we got some cackleberries. So, yeah, we got a breakfast load this morning. So, I don't got too much more to add there, but, I do think that we need to hold people accountable, even though the punishment seems severe. People don't learn unless there's consequences for their actions.
Right.
And that's just about where I'm going to let that go. But, so anyways, that's all I have. We'll speak at you later.
All right, good to hear from you this Monday, greatest day of the week. Safe travels out there, Buckwheat. Someone mentioned Friday morning. Steak and Shake didn't waste any time jumping on Cracker Barrel in light of the logo redesign. They kind of chimed in about their own values and history. They went to social media chiming in on the decision to remove the man sitting in the chair next to the barrel from the logo. Kind of a razor-sharp takedown of why that change was a poor decision, noting the formula that made Cracker Barrel such a success in the first place. Sometimes people want to change things just to put their own personality on things. At Cracker Barrel, their goal is to just delete the personality altogether. Hence, the elimination of the old-timer. Heritage is what got Cracker Barrel this far. And now the CEO wants to just scrap it all the way. How dramatic this recent shift was from Cracker Barrel's appeal that saw customers flock there for decades. The Post went on to say, at Steak and Shake, we take pride in our history, our families, and American values. All are welcome. We're never going to market ourselves away from our past in a cheap effort to gain the approval of trend seekers. Cracker Barrel seems to be falling into the same thought process as Hollywood. They want to cater to a more modern audience. And change does that. The problem is that audience doesn't exist. Managers, CEOs, marketing executives are just projecting their own beliefs and biases onto the brand. They forgot what the customer actually wants. Cracker Barrel had an aesthetic that spoke to people's values and an appreciation for the past. Customers saw their family members in the old logo. The man in the chair was a father, an uncle, a grandfather. Despite walking into a chain restaurant, Cracker Barrel felt familiar everywhere. The antiques on the wall made customers forget this was a chain at all, or at least made them appreciate that a chain restaurant was making the effort to feel familiar in a manner rooted in American culture and history. Sadly, the appreciation for the past is now part of the past. According to Fox Business, yes, Cracker Barrel stock taking a tumble, driving home the point. This is a change welcomed from within, but loathed by the public. And it is 844-844-3388.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Alrighty. The greatest day of the week. All right. Good morning, Grub. How the heck are you?
I'm good. I heard Big Ed on there earlier. He's kind of boasting about his win. He had every right to. I had 2 of the games I picked were really close, but I thought I forgot they were playing in Kansas, playing in Lawrence, or I went with Kansas. I thought I don't know what I wrote it down that they were up in Fresno, but yeah, that Jalen Daniels, for the Jayhawks, he's got one hell of an arm. But I was kind of thinking that E.J. Warner, that Kurt Warner's kid, was going to do a lot better than what he did, but he still put up 179 yards, for passing, and but the second. He put up 81, I think, in the first quarter, and then after that, it just went downhill with him. So, the 2 interceptions thing. So, yeah, Big Ed called it right, so that was good. But yeah, did you? I've been busy here. I didn't get a chance to listen too much, but did you hear? I guess 2.5 million of them Punjabi youth are.
Yeah, signing the petition to have show some mercy. Yes, it was an accident. Be lenient.
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing, that this idiot that, and he's not alone. I mean, there's a ton of idiots here. I had a guy just a little bit ago. I don't know what nationality he was, but I got some they're wire cutters for cutting them thick seal cable, the wire cables off for seals. And he didn't know what the hell they were. He just kept pointing at them. Pointing at them. He wanted to use them. And I thought, well, hell with you, dude. If you can't pronounce it, then, can't speak English or say, hey, can I use your cable cutters? The hell with you. So I just walked up to the front truck and got in the truck. But, I hate being like that, but there's a point behind it, and it just, we just got to quit coddling these damn people that can't speak English. And, in my view, that's, I'm just getting tired of it, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
I really am. I'm just getting tired of, and look, people can say what they want about that guy. He committed a hell of a crime there, basically, by what he did. And they can say whatever they want about all the rest of them that are here driving illegally. But they are doing exactly like the damn government let them do. Every one of them. And if people would start throwing out their representatives along with these idiots that they're getting rid of, and deporting and stuff, when they find it, and stop listening to the representatives that are raising hell and saying, they get a right to be here. No, they don't. They don't have a right to be here. It just blows my mind how this is, where this country's gone to. And, of course, they're calling Trump everything under the sun because he wants legalized people in this country, and so do I. But, if somebody in that Congress and Senate would get off their sorry butts and actually care what's going on, the first thing they would be doing would be going after the employers here in the United States and tell them, is it really worth this? Having somebody illegal, because number one, they're stealing Social Security numbers. My Social Security number got compromised by the IRS when they got hacked. Mm-hmm. They sent me a letter out and said, we'll be monitoring your, doing this monitoring of your identity and all this other stuff. And if you have any issues, call this number and all this other crap. But if Congress would just grow a set and have a stomach for going after the employers and everything. And I was talking to a guy tonight, and we were talking about trucking in general. And when I first started up, you made no money in this damn industry. As a company driver, we did. But cost of living and everything was really low. I've been an owner operator now for 26 years. But cost of living and everything was low, and hell, if you took on $500 a week, that was a good week, real good week.
Mm-hmm.
And
well, hold the thought there, because we're up to the news break, top of the hour, final hour coming your way. Just ahead, though, operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com today.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
We're literally losing representatives for American citizens in order to give congressional representation to illegal aliens. Republicans are trying to balance out the scales a little bit for basic fairness.
Vice President J.D. Vance is defending the new congressional map recently approved by the Texas Senate. Appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, Vance claimed that Democratic gerrymandering has made these redistricting efforts necessary.
All we're doing, frankly, is trying to make the situation a little bit more fair on a national scale. The Democrats have gerrymandered their states really aggressively. We think there are opportunities to push back against that, and that's really all we're doing.
The Texas Tribune says the map was adopted early Saturday on party lines over fierce Democratic opposition. President Trump has called for the new map to increase the House majority ahead of the midterm elections. President Trump says the Intel CEO has agreed to give the U.S. a 10% stake.
The president said on Friday he reached an agreement with Intel CEO Lip-Bu Tan, giving the United States a company stake worth $10 billion. 2 weeks ago, Trump called for Tan's immediate resignation following reports alleging a connection to China. The model of this deal is something Trump hopes to revisit with other companies. I'm Brian Shook.
Employment visas for commercial truck drivers are being put on hold following a deadly crash.
The pause comes after a driver who was in the U.S. illegally was charged in a Florida crash that killed 3 people. The transportation secretary says this is part of an effort to enforce English proficiency standards for truck drivers. On X, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said the increasing number of foreign drivers operating large tractor-trailer trucks is endangering American lives. I'm Rory O'Neill.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gasoline is $3.15. Mono County, California is up to $5.81. While Simpson County, Mississippi is down to $2.50. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
President Trump has threatened to revoke California's school funding over transgender athlete policies.
In a Truth Social post Thursday, the president said any school district not following federal policies will lose funding. California has refused to comply with the administration's ban of transgender girls playing for girls' school sports teams. The Justice Department sued California last month over its refusal to comply, pointing to alleged Title IX violations. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The National Park Service says the north rim of the Grand Canyon National Park will remain closed for the remainder of the 2025 season.
The closure follows the Dragon Bravo wildfire, which damaged or destroyed about 70 structures in July. The historic Grand Canyon Lodge, the North Rim Visitor Center, and many guest cabins burned to the ground. Visitor services along the North Rim are closed, but the South Rim remains open. Planning is now underway to rebuild visitor facilities, including the Grand Canyon Lodge. I'm Lisa Carton.
A disturbing trend is developing at professional sports events.
During Friday night's preseason game between the Tennessee Titans and Minnesota Vikings, it happened again as an adult toy was thrown onto the field near the 6-yard line with just over 5 minutes left in the game. The teams were on the field when the object was thrown. Social media video shows someone on the field pick up the neon green toy and hand it to security. The incident in Nashville follows a string of similar occurrences at WNBA games. I'm Rob Martier.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code overnight100.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Final hour underway. Yeah, one more time around. I pick it up here. Hello, 5-7. Kicking off a brand new week. He said Cracker Barrel follows NASCAR's decision. Yeah, remember when they removed the Confederate flag from their events? You know, I guess that woman that led Bud Light into the modern world is still at it, apparently, if not in body, by spirit. Okay. All right, welcome back, Grump. Talking about the...
yeah, they need to get rid of all of them.
Talking about the Indian drivers. I hear USA Radio News finally got onto the story. That's the first I've heard any coverage on it there, but 2.5 million signatures on that page. Yeah. And you mentioned last week, and I had a story earlier, and I think it was Rubio and some of the others, the driving habits from these other countries. They're bringing those habits here.
Right.
They don't follow the rules. I mean, hell, there is. I guess there are no rules when you're driving in India. They do what the hell they want.
Well, the vetting process is amazing. It really is. All they got to have is verification that they have driven the truck. That's it. In order to get a visa or get a license here, that they have driven a truck. That's it. That's all they need. Just somebody in their home country to say, "Yep, this cat here drove," or somebody here at a business or something like that. 15 hours is all that's required in California to get a CDL. 15 hours of combined class and driving. That's it. Hell, it's on their website. You can look it up.
Mm-hmm.
But it amazes me that this is where this damn country's gone. I mean, seriously, they don't care who's on the highways anymore, and everything's in the name of interstate commerce. I mean, it's and why Donald Trump hasn't made a statement or anything that Congress is the ones that regulate commerce. It's not the states. There's three different types of regulatory thought process, I guess you could say, and one is that number one, and this is the one they use pretty much all the time, is that Congress has sole authority to regulate commerce, and then there's other people that thinks that the Commerce Clause was written to have states also, that doesn't supersede Congress, but to have their own laws and this and that and But when it comes to riding interstate commerce, when you're driving a truck, that was what the basis behind the CDL was to get rid of all these states, to get one system in place that every truck driver follows. And under Biden, they figure there could be as many as 800,000 CDLs handed out. 800,000, Steve.
Wow.
And when I read that, I fell over. I was like, you got to be kidding me. That's a third of our trucking industry. That could be people that just, has no right to be here. I can sit right here and look up and down through here. There's a guy sitting next to me that's an American dude. Everybody else, when I was in line there going in to turn my paperwork in to get unloaded, the lady had to, sound out everything that she was saying because, they just don't speak enough damn English to understand it. But whose fault is it? Government, number one, has allowed states and, to interpret the 49 CFR like it's just something out of a damn bubblegum machine. You can't win with although I will argue with them, and I have won several times on some of my complaints with DOT, but they've created such a hostile environment, for trucking and, for trucking. And now we got companies that's got these onboard cameras and stuff. Hell, I got a friend of mine, he drives for a company. He's quitting because he's had enough of it, but they got an inward facing camera, and he was out of route because he had to go through around an accident that had detours, and they get on the phone, and apparently there's somebody at his company that when he gets off track, it sends a message to them, by the camera and stuff, through their e-log and everything, that he's out of the preferred route. So they called him. Said, "What the hell are you doing off route?" He said, "You got a wreck out here. What do you think? How you know that?" Well, we got this and that and blah 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 going on, and he said 3 or 4 times a day, he'll get a call, for something. They want a 4-second rule on following distance. You can't drive other people's damn vehicles. They cut over in front of you and stuff, and he hauls sensitive stuff, so he'll ease off the gas pedal and give them a little more following distance and things like that. But it's, here this man's been driving for 45 years, never had a ticket or an accident, and these are the people that you want in a truck. But yet, the recruiting process, he was one of 2 old timers when he hired on there, and the rest of them are all brand new. I think 6 of them, he said, was going out with trainers, stuff like that. It's ridiculous. They created this environment that this is what trucking is all about anymore. And I understand it. The old guys, that loves to talk about the old days and the days of popping pills and running 2-3 log books and stuff like that. They've screwed this damn industry up so bad. But back in them days, they didn't have much of a damn choice. There wasn't that many truck drivers not on the road, number one. And so they had to move some freight, so they did. So I'm not, on their butts about it, but we're paying the price today for a lot of that. For some reason, the stereotypical thought process of the motoring public thinks that crap is still going on. No, it's not the pill poppers that got out of the trucking years ago that's the problem. It's the dumbasses that are wearing the turbans and so many other things that come over here, and like they do everything else, they just dominate things. I talked about it once before, all the hotels, that's here. 73,000 hotels, in the United States, and 39,000 of them are owned by two families from India. They own 17,000 truck stops and gas stations here in the United States. That's just India. China owns 7,000 or 9,000 now. I just read that report on, everybody has to file through the fair labor, when they're opening a business up from foreign, that has foreign labor and things like that with it. So, it's easy to track through the government websites, and I'm hoping that they're accurate. If they're not, if it's like the states and every damn thing else where they're saying, well, we got X number of people here in this district, when they overinflate it to give more Democrats and stuff, seats. Hell, they could be doing that to the labor numbers here. They could be doing it to the amount of hotels that's owned, foreign owned. They're giving away this country, Steve, brick by brick and mile by mile. It's like I say, they've just created this environment that's so harsh on truck driving. Nobody wants to sit there with a damn camera stuck in their face and some idiot that just got out of damn high school or college or whatever calling you, why'd you go out of route? I wish the hell somebody'd call me like that. I tell you what, they'd think long and damn hard before they done it again. It would, you know, their grandkids would be burning, have ears burning. But you know, this is what we're up against, and this is, you know, we got one organization, OOIDA, that fights for the American truck driver. But we got others, but they don't fight near as hard as they do. And then you got the ATA that is supposed to be for the big trucking companies, but they're the catalyst for all these damn foreign drivers that are over here. They're the ones that have created these environments that are so harsh and every damn thing else that, you know, the big companies, that they don't care if an American driver's sitting in that seat. They could give a damn less. They will find somebody that wants to live in that truck. The mentality has never changed. It's always been the same. You know, for every 6 weeks you give me out on the highway, you know, I'll give you 6 days off, but you can't take them all off in conjunction with a weekend, you know, that kind of thing. And the first day off will be your travel day home.
Mm-hmm.
It's, and they can't figure out why that there's no one wants to drive a damn truck anymore. I think, you know, I own my truck and they leave me alone. I mean, honestly, and it's been like that with every company. You know, I do what I want to do, and that's the way it is. You know, I get work done, but I'd be damned if I'm going to sit and listen to anybody lecture to me or talk down to me or say, we're going to put a camera in your truck that's going to face inward. No, you ain't. You know, that damn thing wouldn't last 2 seconds in my truck because I'd cut the wire on it. But it just, you know, that's the way it should be. You know, when drivers look at that and say, no, that's not going in my truck. You know, and listen, the unions have caused a lot of issues with trucking and stuff like that. But I can tell you right now, at least they're fighting for their drivers. You know, you got some guys that'll fight for the drivers and stuff. And when you look at what's going on right now with all this foreign labor that's just flooding our highways and things right now, and yes, they bring their sorry driving habits with them. That's just a fact. They have no tailgating laws whatsoever in Turkey and places like that. Hell, you can bump people and get by with it. You know, if I remember when I was in Turkey, Steve, and we was in a van going down the road, and a guy walked out in front of us, and the dude run over that guy in that damn van. They got out and drug his ass over on the side of the road, got back in the van, and left. They said, it ain't our fault. He walked out in front of the damn van. And here we thought we were all going to go to jail. There was 10 or 11 of us and had rented this van, you know, to go down to the Mediterranean. And you know, stuff like that happens. Hell, what, you know, truck drivers over there, I mean, they just don't care. They'll bump you out of the way. Hell, I've seen it 1,000 times, and it's just, I don't know, man. I don't know where it's going to end, but it's not going to end with the new drivers that we have today that are so scared to death to say anything at all, you know, and the old drivers are all retiring. Hell, I'm getting ready to retire. You know, I did retire and then came back, and I'll probably retire here in the next year or so, you know, a year and a half, 2 years. I turn 67, I'm done. But it's, you know, it's been a good ride, and I love this industry. I always have. I think it's a real worthy job, you know, to do, but you know, I guess people just don't look at it like me when you start seeing the P bombs and everything else thrown out the windows and stuff like that, and guys wonder why customers won't let you park on their lot. That's why, you know, I don't know. I had a guy's dog jump out of the damn truck, you know, a couple months back, jump out. He was a pit bull. Went charging at me with his teeth bared, you know, and stuff, and I was fueling my reefer, so I just jerked the hose out and sprayed the damn dog in the face with diesel fuel. Well, the guy got all pissed off about it, you know, and he's oh, you didn't have to do that. He wasn't going to bite you. When a dog's charging at you with his teeth and snarling and stuff like that, I'll take it as he's going to bite me. The other alternative was to raise my shirt and pull something else out, and then he can bye-bye doggy. You know, that's just that's the way it is, but I don't know, man. You know, what's your thoughts on the matter? You've been around this for a long time, man, you know, and stuff. It's you know, you hear it all.
We've seen a lot of changes.
I don't know.
Not for the better in many cases, but I'll tell you this, and I cited last week, I think this administration right now is a kind of a wake up. I mean, who would have thought, you know, we'd be back to actually enforcing, or at least trying to enforce, the English language proficiency. I'm curious what the transportation secretary is going to have to say about, you know, he already brought up the fact that New Mexico didn't do their job, apparently, when they had the opportunity to put that guy or that team out of service. But California, apparently still only offering a warning for the non-English speaking drivers. How do you convince enforcement in those states, the commercial vehicle inspectors, to do their damn job? 844-844-3388.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Alrighty, so SpaceX scrubbed the launch of Starship, the 10th mission this past evening. And word has it they're going to retry today. Now, what I did not see was the launch time. Like the Sunday evening launch, it was slated for 7:35 p.m. Eastern. So I'm assuming it's going to be somewhere close in that time frame. But last evening, they were about 30 minutes from liftoff. SpaceX said they're standing down. Yeah, troubleshooting some issue with ground systems. All right. This year, with 2 Starship testing failures early in flight, another failure in space on its 9th flight, and a massive test stand explosion in June. The sent debris flying into nearby Mexican territory have tested SpaceX's test-to-failure development approach. But look how quickly they're producing new Starships for test flights at the Starbase production facilities there. And I don't think these things are cheap either. Expensive failures, if you know what I mean. Good morning to the blind man. Monday morning, what's happening?
Well, as D.C. becomes safer, the criminal element, they're going up the road to Baltimore now, according to what Nick was telling me.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently what's going on here in the state of Maryland with Wes Moore running the state into the ground, he had a good rainy day fund and went through that real quick like. And apparently Trump is going to look at the shenanigans that are going on here in the state of Maryland. My friend Nick up in Baltimore is upset because the criminal element, like I said, is going up there now, leaving D.C., and he says people are just starting to wake up now about what the Dems are up to. I hope it's not too little, too late, but anyhow, that's more or less what's going on with me. I tried to get a flip phone from a major company that starts with the letter V, and it's not working out. It's too complicated. You need an engineering license just to operate the thing. I can't understand the speech. It's muffled, garbled, and I can't get it to do what it's supposed to do. So I'm going to see if I can get a refund in a form of adding my refund to my telephone bill, so I have some credit and don't have to worry about paying it down. So that's more or less what's been going on with me.
Well, anything special over the weekend to go out to Cracker Barrel?
No, I'm more or less confined to the house with my medical issue. It'd be a lot of trouble for me to get dressed up and going out. I'm supposed to have some kind of surgery later this year that will make me more mobile, if you know what I mean.
Gotcha. All right, well, Blind Man, thank you for checking in here as we get the new week underway. Have a good day and a good week. Well, there is Truck and Phil. There is Happy Monday, best day of the week. Coffee up. Marty, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. 55 to start things off this morning, warming to 68 for a high. Much cooler, huh? Yeah, we're 54 with a high of only 66, Newaygo, Michigan. All right, roll on, Knucklebuster, ready to depart Fort Wayne for Newaygo, Michigan, and back once again. Have a great week, everyone. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. Industry headlines from our friends at Landline. The federal government plans to roll back 15 years of vehicle emission rules. Truck drivers say this is going to help make cleaner air more practical. Last Thursday, OOIDA shared their views on the EPA's hearing. They are taking public feedback on their plan to withdraw the landmark endangerment finding. The EPA's endangerment finding at the time, in 2009, stated that greenhouse gases threaten public health and welfare. That was the legal basis for all these strict vehicle emission rules in the subsequent years. Here a couple months ago, Lee Zeldin announced at a Kenworth dealership that they're going to rescind that finding. If that happens, it could pull the rug out from the controversial emissions rules, including the greenhouse gas emission standards for heavy-duty vehicles, Phase 3. That's the rule that sets strict standards requiring 25% of sleeper cab tractors to have zero direct emissions by the year 2032. All right, so getting a lot of applause, at least from the likes of OOIDA in regards to that. News break coming up here. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Learn more at tel360.com. Back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Republicans are trying to balance out the scales a little bit for basic fairness.
Vice President J.D. Vance is defending the new congressional map recently approved by the Texas Senate. Appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, Vance claimed that Democratic gerrymandering has made these redistricting efforts necessary.
All we're doing, frankly, is trying to make the situation a little bit more fair on a national scale. The Democrats have gerrymandered their states really aggressively. We think there are opportunities to push back against that, and that's really all we're doing.
The Texas Tribune says the map was adopted early Saturday on party lines over fierce Democratic opposition. President Trump has called for the new map to increase the House majority ahead of the midterm elections. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gasoline is $3.15. Mono County, California is up to $5.81, while Simpson County, Mississippi is down to $2.50. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love Medi-Share, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
We know it's not uncommon to hear stories about truck drivers going out of their way to assist others. Goodyear annually highlights these acts of heroism with the Highway Hero Award. Established by Goodyear more than 40 years ago to recognize commercial drivers who act courageously for the good of others on the roads in the U.S. and Canada. This year's panel of independent industry judges selected Adam Medley of Wisconsin. A driver for J.B. Hunt is the 41st Goodyear Highway Hero. Medley was on his usual route on a country road in Green Lake, Wisconsin, when he noticed something on the road in the distance. It was about 2 a.m., so he thought it could have been anything from wildlife to garbage. As he drove closer, he realized it was actually a person lying in the road. I knew something was wrong, but it was dark, so I wasn't sure if somebody lost a trash bag or something fell out of somebody's boat or anything like that. Once I got closer, I thought, deer don't wear denim. He safely pulled over, was able to help the individual off the road, also called local police who took control of the situation upon arrival. In a moment where every second counted, Adam put the safety and well-being of others first. His actions exemplified integrity and selflessness. We're excited that Goodyear has recognized him with this year's Highway Hero Award. Medley was actually nominated by J.B. Hunt, said he was completely surprised when he got the news he actually won. So Goodyear presents him with a cash prize and an exclusive Goodyear blimp ride. How cool is that? Adam's story continues to remind us that professional truck drivers are the unsung heroes of the road, according to the Vice President of Goodyear North American Commercial. All right, there you go, and see what's going on with Plowboy here on a Monday. Morning, Plowboy.
Well, good morning, Steve. Well, progress report. This is not the Bible Belt up here around Kansas City, but after church was over this morning, I'm only about 2.5 miles from a Cracker Barrel. Desolate. Yeah.
Really?
Their crap went over well.
Wow.
Yeah,
I wondered about that. I mean,
Sunday
after church, I mean, it's historically been the time when so many people come and go from church, go to the Cracker Barrel. You can get your breakfast or your lunch, whatever you're in the mood for. But
correct.
So they were very, very not now, busy, huh?
I mean, all them other restaurants up there, Longhorn was standing room only. Texas Roadhouse standing room only. Yeah, but Cracker Barrel. Yeah, I don't even think they were bothering with worrying about warming up the coffee pot. Yeah, but so I hope Grump is still listening. I got a hard question for that feller, since he has got a lot more contacts than I do, and 90% of your audience, Steve. Today, a 12-hour shift I had, I came in contact with 3 individuals. No English. Why can our great government not put out, remember when the old saying was, see something, say something?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't they turn everybody loose and allow us to call Lee Summit, which is our highway patrol headquarters? That's the only ones I would trust up in this area. Hey, this yo-yo and this yo-yo and this truck delivering at the big blue oval up here, come in here. And also in reverse, if the big blue oval accepts that freight from him, and just say if he goes through the big brokerage of whatever, I won't say the one out in downtown Cincinnati, but everybody knows who I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't they start bandering back and tweaking on the brokers or receivers or shippers? And I'll be damned if somebody hands me a Google Translate, Steve, I just soon grab it out of their damn hand and kick it as far as I can kick it, because I don't play that game, and it just, I don't feel like anybody else should. And hey, if we have to live on beans and rice for a little bit, so be it. Until they can get, nobody, we're going to starve them out. Starve them back to the damn house. That's just my feelings on it. But now you've kind of got me worried thinking about these trains in this situation, because we get a hell of a lot of freight on these trains. And we have been starved out of quite a bit of stuff here and there. We used to get a lot of our motors, transmissions, out of often old road liners back in the day. And I mean, there'd be times we'd be down to one or two trailers praying to goodness that the train came in. And I don't know, just there's a little, but I'm not really that big of a fan, but I've seen where one of our great competitors passed away, Mr. Forrest Lucas, 83. Did you happen to catch that one, Steve?
Wasn't that, when did that occur? Wasn't that a few weeks ago or?
Sometime this weekend.
Huh.
Yeah. I thought, I seen that and it was like, okay. I didn't realize all he was wrapped up in, but damn. But other than that, we kind of got a little bit of a chill up in here. It's not chilly yet, but it's, I put a jacket on this morning when I left work, and honestly, I got tired of the summer, really, I did, but, well, that's about all I have. I appreciate it. Oh, Steve, I did have one thing to say on that football issues. I was glad to see Kansas pulled it off and K-State get beat. Now, I do have a question. Steve, I can understand, and I ain't trying to be crappy when I say this, I can understand Texas and Ohio State going to Dublin, Ireland to play. But what in the hell would possess anybody like K-State and Iowa State to go play? You understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, we're trying to broaden our global appeal. You know what I mean? Just like the NFL going to these other countries. Yep. All right. Several weeks ago, I believe it was Horse Feathers I was talking to, and he was telling me, I thought it was someone in the Lucas family, but it wasn't Forrest, because I just did a quick search there. I guess he passed away over the weekend, as you said. His influence in racing, Indianapolis, all of Indiana was impressive. Lucas Oil Stadium, one of his investments, naming rights for the NFL Indianapolis Colts home for $122 million for 20 years. Title sponsor of a drag racing season, home of the NHRA sportsman classes. All right, Forrest Lucas. How old was he? 83 years old. Okay. Well, speaking of Horse Feathers, who was it we were talking about? You remember a couple weeks ago?
I'm trying to remember now. He got me confused. I can't hardly remember what we talked about in the last phone call.
Okay, yeah.
2 weeks ago now.
All right. You know, when you told me it, at first I thought it was Forrest that had passed away, but somebody else. But anyway, I guess matters not. I mean, we saw him a few times there at the Mid-America Truck Show and whatnot, but Yeah, big competitors.
And, yeah. And everybody's got to have competition. It's the only way you get better. You can't get better if you're the only one.
I remember at one point in time, Kriska Belchick told me that Forrest Lucas knew that Hot Shot Secret was moving up fast, and boy, was he correct on that.
Yeah, he was. Yep. Well, your competition, your competition knows you probably as good or better than you know yourself a lot of times. So, and when they see, when you're track proven, and of course that's what all the Hot Shot Secret products are, is track proven, and it's obvious, and there's a couple people that are local here in Maryland that does do the diesel thing. And a few years ago there, I carried some catalogs around, and I said, hey, you ever heard of this company called Hot Shot? And they're like, yeah, we know who they are. And they're like, I said, do you use it? And they said, no. And a couple years later, guess what? You look on their cars, and guess what's there? There's a Hot Shot Secret sticker on their car, Your Honor. Imagine that. But, so anyways, track proven. So with this whole plumbing job here that happened over the weekend, was there any plumber's crack available for the princess to, did she get to see any of that plumber's crack going on?
No plumber's crack. I don't believe that was the case.
All right. So what about shutoff valves? Did we get shutoff valves put in so that if we need to turn the water off to do anything with the faucet,
that would be negatory.
No, we still got to go out to the street and dig up.
Yep.
Go out in the yard and dig up the big water main valve. All right. Just checking. And so here's a question for you. Been talking about this person that shouldn't have been in our country operating the truck down there in Florida with his brother. I take it his brother had a license? He was actually the team driver. He wasn't just riding around with him, or do we have any confirmation of what his, if he was licensed by, whatever state that was handing out licenses with the Cracker Jacks?
The story did not mention that. I'm presuming. I wouldn't think he's just riding around the country with him, would he? I assumed he was a co-driver. He may or may not have had a license.
Well, that's what I was wondering, if they both used the same license. If they got stopped, they don't speak English, so you just hand out that document and gibber whatever to make it look like you can't speak English or don't speak English, and how's an officer supposed to verify it? I mean, it'd be pretty hard. So I'm almost, my question is, are they both out there running on the same illegal document, pretty much, because they were illegal in the country? They shouldn't have had a document. And so, yeah, whether both of them were actually operators of that vehicle or what went on with that. But, the thing is when we've had these schools where they've fluffed and stuffed licenses and sent them out there and had people cause accidents and get violations and stuff. Maybe they ought to charge the people that actually issued the license with the same charge that the operator is getting. So, if that operator killed somebody and they're getting charged with vehicular manslaughter, maybe the person from the motor vehicle department that illegally gave the document to them should be charged with the same exact charge. What I think that would kind of cut back the amount of wanting to hand out illegal documents. I don't know, just a thought, but because I think they're just as much responsible out there as the person that they allowed to go out there on the highway and do it. But so I don't know. Other than that, I don't know. I guess that's about what we got going for you there. I guess, yeah, Buckwheat didn't give me no heads up to get the old fire engine out there and get up there and give a little, cooling off shower at the summer camp. I can't believe they wouldn't want a little misting going on, the extreme heat that we've had in the area, that they wouldn't, have a little, I don't know. So I guess we'll have to maybe we'll have to keep better tabs on that next year. Maybe we can get Ashton Marriott to let the cat out of the bag when they're going to do something like that or something. What do you think?
Yes, indeed. Well, I see that California, and I think Grump mentioned this a bit, the sheer number of licenses that they've divvied out. 600,000 driver's licenses, including CDLs, not all CDLs, but 600,000 licenses to illegals in the last 5 years. Yeah, they have a policy that allows illegal migrants to get licenses, including CDLs. Obviously, that is now under fire after what transpired in Florida. A policy enacted through Assembly Bill 60 back in 2013 and then expanded under Newsom's administration. The law allows non-citizens, regardless of immigration status, to apply for a license. This has led to unqualified drivers hitting the roads, unable to understand English road signs, safety regulations, or emergency alerts. Now, federal law requires CDL holders, as we know, to read and speak the English language sufficiently to converse with the general public. And that is not something new. It's been around for decades and decades. It was just the enforcement that was not taking place. In California, though, tests can be given in multiple languages. So there's little to no enforcement of the English requirement, allowing illegal migrants to slip through. Under AB 60, under the program from 2020 to this year, about 500,000 to 600,000 AB 60 licenses were issued, building on the 1.2 million total AB 660 licenses handed out since the program started in 2015. And a few of these latest events involving migrants and semis. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, this early Monday, see what Vic has going on. Morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve there. Real quick, you were talking about that, the number of people that was on that petition there from the Indians.
the Asian Indians because the Asian Indians call the American Indians the Red Indians. But on the Indian practices, the Sikh, they kind of handle everything through their church. And I know here a couple of years ago, they were having a big battle in one of the Sikh churches up here as to how to divide up the money. And the Hindus, I don't know what they do now, but about 30 years ago, the holy man was in Chicago and the money man was in New York, or vice versa. I've forgotten. But every Friday evening, they had to kick money into a pot, and then they would get advice as to how they were to handle things. So I forget how many, you said several million or something was on that petition. That's highly unimpressive to me because, quite simply, it's an organized effort directed from the top. And if you have an accident in India, they will tell you, just get out and abandon the vehicle, because the people, they think that the accident wouldn't have happened if you hadn't have been there in that particular vehicle. So when you go to India, you're advised to take public transportation, because the crowd sometimes actually beats some people to death. So I find it interesting that now that it comes to America, and they're saying you need to give leniency to this particular driver. And you just mentioned California. That plays into that system that the guy was telling me about. They go to a state where it's easy to get a license, and then they just start upgrading it, and finally they wind up with a CDLA interstate license. And then that's when you have these situations out there. So the whole thing there, I know about the Indian thing. Now, I did, when I was out there on the road, I met several people coming from the old Warsaw Pact nations, and they could read and understand English, and a lot of them were former military. And so, one, they wound up hauling mail out of New York. Another one wound up hauling Coca-Cola out of, I think it was out of Nebraska. Him and his two sons, they wound up getting a good business. I know there's a group up there around Chicago that, that they're from one of the Slavic countries, and they're pretty reckless on things. And years ago, when they actually enforced that English law, read and understand English, there was one of them from the Slavic nations that got shut down at the way station up there coming out of 94 coming over into Indiana out of Illinois, and the guy was actually shut down and wasn't supposed to be driving. Somehow somebody else gave him a driver's license. He wound up causing a fatality over in Pennsylvania a few months later, and then the driver wound up going to jail. So the reason, but short story is this: they're going to have to start from the top to get rid of these non-English speaking drivers, because everybody's looking to get things done cheaply, and they really don't look too hard at the consequences.
And that means the companies that are hiring them, right? The companies that are hiring them and the brokers that are divvying out the freight, because they'll take the cheap stuff. All right, we got to go. Time says we close out a Monday. Greatest day of the week. See you back at the midnight hour Eastern tonight for our next edition, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I